Welcome to Ichiraku Ramen, and thank you for joining me for another journey into the world of shinobi. Before we begin, I want to give a huge thank you to everyone who listens, supports the channel, and enjoys these stories. Today's story is part 2 of Fire and Blood. In this dark, historical alternate universe, Naruto is the fifth son of Tajima Uchiha. Unlike his family, who are slowly falling victim to the Uchiha clan's infamous curse of hatred, Naruto relies on his charismatic charm and deadly skills to survive. Caught between his father's mad ambitions and Madara's escalating war against the Senju, Naruto must fight to save his family from their own dark destiny. Will his fire and blood be enough to rewrite history, or is the Uchiha clan doomed to fall into madness? This is a fan-made story inspired by the world of Naruto. All characters in the original universe belong to their respective creators. This narration is created for entertainment purposes as part of a transformative storytelling experience. The story itself was written by Black Wolf 501, and full credit goes to the original author. If you would like to read the original version, the link to the story is included in the video description below. If you like my content and want to keep up with future updates, hit that subscribe button and don't forget leave a like if you enjoyed the video. It not only helps me but helps with YouTube algorithm. Now, sit back, relax, and enjoy. Chapter 8, Homeland. The Kinsguard watched with great pride as the finely crafted dragon banner along with the Uchiha clan symbol now floated side by side alongside the Yamanaka flag on top of the castle. The fighting was over. Nearly 43 Yamanaka had to perish in battle for this feat to happen, but now the Uchiha had managed to gain the loyalty of two great clans, thereby boosting their power and reputation across the elemental nations even further. Naori Uchiha had herself arrived alongside Tsukumo Hitaki, bringing with them the strength of the entire Hitaki clan and nearly 300 Uchiha fighters that proved enough of a threat to make the Yamanaka surrender. Loud cheers could be heard across the town square as both the Uchiha and Hitaki were praising the Kinsguard who led the assault and rescued Kiera Hitaki as well. Most of all, there were many among the Uchiha who were praising Naruto, who stood beside his friends with his surprised expression hidden behind his face mask. The young dragon. Naori couldn't help but smile when few of her clansmen praised her nephew by the name he was bestowed with years ago, ignoring the crude name he was tainted with. And while those Uchiha were very few among all their fighters, it was a start. For Naruto, Uchiha had proved himself again, and this time his victory was no small one. I asked him to do this quietly without alerting anyone, especially the Senju, of our involvement in my daughter's rescue. He broke our agreement, hissed Tsukumo silently, earning a sharp glare from Naori. You think we were going to take all this risk just to save your daughter? Lord Hitaki, you conveniently want to serve the Senjus while taking the help of the Uchihas whenever your masters deny you justice. That will not be tolerated, warned Naori, her menacing eyes boring right into the heart of Tsukumo Hitaki. Where is my daughter? Asked Tsukumo worriedly, and saw Naori smirk viciously. Safe with us in our stronghold. We will return her back to you once we sign the official alliance treaty with you and the Yamanakas, said Naori sweetly, and couldn't help but smile when Tsukumo paled. You can't do this, replied Tsukumo angrily, his hand itching towards his sword. I have already done it, Lord Hitaki. You work for us now, and it will be best if you side with us quickly, for the Senjus have called their allies and you won't like what they do to you if we are defeated. Tsukumo had gone deathly pale as he realized the consequences of his actions. He had hoped that Naruto would do this quietly without implicating the Hitakis. All this time he had assumed it was Naruto who was making the decisions. But it was always her. Naori knew the Hitakis couldn't afford to side with the Uchiha, nor could the Yamanaka, because their territories were right next to Senju borders. Hashirama Senju would never allow the Uchihas to have influence right across his doorstep. Naori had reluctantly made Tsukumo bring his troops to battle along with Uchihas as a precaution to safeguard his daughter in case Naruto failed. Her reasoning seemed true back then, and he had agreed, for he loved his daughter too much. Now that same love had implicated him. The Senjus would never forgive him for this, even if he betrayed the Uchihas. He looked at Naori and couldn't help but imagine someone so beautiful could be capable of such deviousness. This woman also now held his daughter as a bargaining chip to make sure he didn't cross the line, while Naruto had somehow intimidated the Yamanaka so much that they had surrendered very quickly. You're good at this game. said Sakumo finally with a resigned smile. "I always play to win, Lord Sakumo. It is true that I made you believe that my nephew holds all the power which he does to an extent. I allowed him to make his battle plan because I see great potential in him. At the same time, I had to make sure the Uchiha clan gained something significant from this engagement. Not all battles are fought with the sword," explained Naori honestly. "You're a dangerous woman," admitted Sakumo begrudgingly, making her smirk. "That I am." Naori found her beloved nephew standing on top of the castle he captured a fortnight ago. She saw him staring at the vast forests surrounding the Yamanaka territory as well as the small celebrations conducted by their own clansmen with the Hitakis inside the town. She stepped beside him and couldn't help but look at his face that seemed deeply lost in thoughts. "I kept my promise." Naori smiled at him and took his hand in hers, giving it a gentle squeeze. "Thank you," she whispered gratefully, knowing that it was her turn to uphold her own promise made to him. "What was my mother like?" He looked in her eyes and all she could see was a curious child and not the man who could make his enemies cower with his mere gaze. "I'm sure many have already told you over the years that you look like her," reminded Naori, making him nod in confirmation. Madara, Anabi, and Yashara took after their father in looks and character. But you and Izuna were Hikari's truest sons. She loved her family more than anything. Her boys meant the world to her and for their sake she was willing to do anything, even if it meant giving her life or taking those of others, explained Naori patiently, and saw him ponder over her words. As the wind softly ruffled his silky hair, he gave out a wishful sigh. "I wonder what she would think of me now after all the things I've done," he suggested. "She would love you just the same even if she never knew why you did what you had to." "Mothers are like that," promised Naori. "Like you?" he asked amusedly, making her grin. "Yes." They both became silent after that and settled for gazing at the celebrations happening across the town. Their only solace being the soft intertwined hands of theirs. "Will you be there for the trial of Iwashi Yamanaka?" asked Naori seriously. "I doubt anybody wants to see the kinslayer actually be involved in matters of justice." "It'll be a cruel joke," he answered sarcastically, making her frown harshly back at him. "That's not true. And you will be there for me," commanded Naori with a smirk, which elicited a hearty laugh from him. "The things I do for my loved ones," said Naruto amusedly. "Does that include someone named Makoto?" Naruto paled a little when her sharp eyes looked at him knowingly. "This woman, I haven't told anyone, nor will I ever. She promised. I don't love her," clarified Naruto honestly, but could not understand why those treacherous words escaped from his lips. Naori neither chastised him nor looked at him accusingly for his choice. She simply laid a hand on his covered cheek. "Why don't you?" Out of all the things she could have asked of him, this was probably the most strange one. Yet it also made him ponder as to why he didn't feel anything more than a curious attraction towards Makoto. The girl was beautiful, skilled and caring. More than what someone like him ever deserved. Everything was perfect yet it wasn't at the same time. A strange paradox, something which was a regular phenomenon of his twisted life which made him chuckle. But contrary to popular beliefs, he respected women. He had kept the promise made to his father of never indulging with whores or any woman as a matter of fact. Even with Makoto, he had never went far beyond simple kisses. For he knew his boundaries and knew if someone ever found out, it would not be him that suffered but her. And he would never allow that, certainly not to someone he truly cared about. He couldn't help but laugh at himself, for hours ago he threatened to wipe out an entire clan including innocents, and yet his heart was fiercely protective regarding the fate of one girl. "You're a wild dragon," scolded Naori with a playful wink. "I'll take that as a compliment," he replied cheekily, earning a bop on the head in return. "I received word from your father and he is very pleased with your accomplishment. He is proud of your loyalty to the clan," praised Naori. "That's all?" She flinched on hearing his cold voice and those accusing eyes that burned so intensely with hatred. What made it worse for her was the fact that she knew he was right for harboring such feelings. She could clearly see the resentment lurking in Naruto's eyes, for never once had Tajima written a personal letter to him, only congratulating him on his victories and reminding him of not breaking any more laws. While Madara always wrote to his brother, Tajima never had, and she could see it had hurt the boy standing before her. Naori herself was ashamed of her brother, for she had hoped after all that had happened to his own son, Tajima would surely show more appreciation and care. But then again, Tajima had only ever cared about the Uchiha name above everything. Madara never cared if his father gave him love or attention, but Naruto was a different story. One made more complicated by the dark history shared between father and son. The one only Naori and Madara knew. She was still amazed at Naruto's loyalty despite everything that had happened to him. Never once had the boy broken his vows or promises to the clan, fighting for even those who despised him. "You're an honorable man," she said sadly, but he shook his head furiously. "Honor? I'm a dog, my father's mad dog," retorted Naruto fiercely as his Sharingan came alive. Naruto. All his anger, pain and hatred came alive in his dark red eyes as he glared at her furiously. "The only reason I allow all these morons to mock me, judge me, hate me is because of one simple fact. All I have done till now and in the future is not for father or our clan. It's for my brothers," yelled Naruto. He was shaking right before her very eyes, all the pain and frustration he endured every day clearly visible in those immensely furious eyes. She had no words that could comfort him or make his pain go away, so she hugged him and felt him relax a little. "I'll fight for Madara as long as I can, enduring everything I can until my end comes," he promised. Before she could console him, he broke the hug and swiftly disappeared with a quick shunshin. Shisui had been taking a stroll through the forests around the Yamanaka territory in the hopes of understanding the terrain better in case of a future attack by the Senjus. However, his mission was interrupted when he heard a distinct sound. As he walked towards the river shore, he came across a bizarre sight. He watched a dozen armed warriors fighting against one man with everything they had, be it jutsu or weapons. The strange fact was they all looked like the enemy they were fighting against. Shisui watched Naruto attack and defend against his army of shadow clones and water clones alike. The sheer amount of clones that were being used was a testament to the Kinslayer's gigantic chakra reserves. But Shisui didn't fail to notice one keen difference. He had fought beside these boys for years and knew he fought with finesse rather than brute force unless the situation demanded. But right now the same warrior was thrashing his clones mercilessly as if he was taking out all his anger on the poor replicas whose only option to survive was fighting him together, and even then they still died brutally. Shisui winced when Naruto exploded a massive burst of lightning from his body that electrocuted majority of his clones as they were all fighting quite close to the river. He watched the Kinslayer coat his body in an armor of dark blue-colored lightning. And he thanked the gods for making the Yamanaka surrender, as before his eyes this boy massacred the remaining clone forces in 5 seconds. "Even now I can cut through the 5 of you." Shisui remembered Naruto's words to the Kinsguard, and watching him fight like this was a testament of that claim. There was a reason as to why no Uchiha had dared to raise a finger at Naruto despite their hatred for him, apart from the fact that he was the clan head's son and Madara Uchiha's little brother. Naruto was a deadly fighter, one whom Shisui immensely respected. "You look angry," he commented, making the panting boy glance at him. "I am always angry," Shisui admitted Naruto with a fake grin, one which Shisui chose to ignore as he approached his friend. "Wanna fight?" challenged Naruto eagerly. Shisui glanced at his friend and saw he was barely done with venting out his anger. Wordlessly, he took out his own sword, earning a nod from his friend who raised his own blade. They both disappeared and met each other in the middle of the river as their blades clashed against each other violently. Shisui firmed his stance when he felt Naruto push him back with brutal force. If it was an all-out battle, then his decision to fight on a water body would have been suicidal against his current opponent, but today Naruto wanted to test himself with his sword, so Shisui allowed himself to be pushed back before suddenly losing his grip on his sword. Naruto's eyes slightly widened, for Shisui's sudden surrender had indirectly made his own sword about to pierce the boy's neck. He instantly defensively reacted to prevent any harm to befall his friend. And then he saw Shisui grin. In the blink of an eye, Shisui had made himself grab his falling sword, and even as Naruto moved to counter the sudden move, he already felt the other boy's weapon pointed right at his heart. "Yield," Naruto growled, but was stopped when Shisui drew blood by poking his blade gently across Naruto's heart. "Control your emotions." Naruto's grip on his weapon had gone deathly tight as he glared at his friend, who stared back at him unflinchingly. With a furious growl, he stepped back and lowered his sword, making Shisui do the same. "No matter what happens, never lose your cool, Naruto. You're better than all of us at fighting, but it won't matter if you lose your temper. It may give you power, but in the end you will be defeated, warned Shisui. Despite the scolding, Shisui was pleased to see his friend nod, if a bit reluctantly. What's the matter? I haven't seen you this riled up in a while, prompted Shisui carefully. He waited as Naruto took a few deep breaths to clear his haywire emotions before pensively staring at the calm river flowing beneath them. Yesterday, I threatened to murder an entire clan and even kill an unborn child before its parents, and my father says he is proud of my actions, lamented Naruto, the guilt visible on his ashamed face. Shisui wished the people who called this boy a traitor and scum could see him right now, for they would then realize their mistake of judging this boy. We did what we had to win, said Shisui honestly, but Naruto shook his head. What if they had not surrendered? Does that mean I have to kill every last one of them? For the actions of just one man? Asked Naruto disappointedly. That is the way of this world, my friend, confessed Shisui. Then it's fucked up. Shisui didn't blame his friend for shouting like that, for if the Yamanaka had not surrendered, then Naruto would have been forced to butcher the entire clan to the last unborn child. Even in the case of the Fuma clan whom his friend killed in combat a few years ago, he was forced to do so, for the Fuma didn't surrender. If they had, then Shisui had a feeling Naruto at least wouldn't have killed all of them. For he was neither ruthless like Tajima or indifferent like Madara. Naruto felt things differently and in much depth than his family. That fact had always been clear to Shisui. Then why don't you do something about it? The brown-haired boy blinked at his friend's words. Didn't he know the situation Naruto was in? Regardless of that fact, Shisui gave him a blank stare. What? Asked Naruto dumbly. If you feel there is something wrong, correct it. You are luckier than most in that aspect, said Shisui patiently, without blinking for even a second as Naruto glared at him harshly. Don't you know who I am? Questioned Naruto bitterly, but flinched when Shisui gave him a harsh stare. You are the son of Tajima Uchiha, heir to the greatest clan in the world, the finest swordsman in the elemental nations and the wielder of the legendary Sharingan. In my eyes, you are one of the most powerful people in the world, admitted Shisui. Before Naruto could protest, the other boy raised his hand firmly, silencing any protests. Alas, it didn't stop his friend. If I was strong, my brothers wouldn't be dead. If I was powerful, then I wouldn't have, whispered Naruto solemnly. He stopped when a firm hand was placed on his shoulders and he saw Shisui's smiling face staring back at him. I know. Shisui was not surprised when Naruto paled, as in those words lied the biggest secret of his life. The one which had nearly destroyed his life but also made him the warrior he was today. How? Stammered Naruto in disbelief. I saw it happen from the shadows. Kagami and Itachi too. We chose to serve under your command, knowing exactly the kind of person you are. A true ninja is not the most powerful or most strong, but the one who protects from the shadows. The one who bears the burden while living in darkness so that others may see the light. And for that you don't need jutsu or strength, but a pure and dedicated heart. You have that heart and I want you to use it to achieve all you want, suggested Shisui honestly, making Naruto look away. I just want this senseless fighting to end. I may never have a family of my own, but my brother will someday. And I don't want them to witness and do the things we have done, confessed Naruto, earning a nod from his compassionate friend. There can never be two swords for one scabbard, Naruto. The Uchiha and Senju are those swords. Until we are at war, there will never be peace in the land of fire. Unless we achieve peace between ourselves first, no other clan or daimyo will even think of it, because they all fear us and also desire what benefits we bestow upon them through our endless conflict. You have seen this fact with the Yamanaka and Hitaki clans, explained Shisui frankly. Naruto pondered over those words and the deep implications behind them. It was one thing to protect your clan, but to senselessly kill people over and over for your entire life was not something he wanted to do. And just like Shisui said, the Uchiha and Senju were simply two extremely powerful families. The remaining clans respected and feared these factions, but at the same time neither great clan had the power to hold the entire land of fire for a long time. As long as the Uchiha had Madara, and the Senju had Hashirama, neither family would lose. What do you want with your life, Shisui? Asked Naruto curiously, which earned a hearty laugh from the other Uchiha as he tapped his own sword. I just want to do the right thing, confessed Shisui. And what is that? Asked Naruto, earning a knowing glance from the boy. "I have already done it." With those cryptic words, Shisui walked away, leaving behind a confused but much more calmer Naruto behind, who finally smiled faintly. Naruto had remained stoic throughout the trial of Iwashi Yamanaka. He had stood guard beside his aunt and watched as she and Lord Tsukumo Hitaki questioned the culprit who was the reason behind all this violence and loss of life. He was actually quite surprised when the young man quickly confessed his guilt and tried to shield himself, claiming it was an impulsive action on his part that should not have happened. He actually had the gall to ask for mercy. Even Lord Itama Yamanaka, the current clan head, offered quite a lot of bounty and fertile lands in return for sparing his nephew's life. Naturally, Uchiha Naori was in favor of that option, for that would ensure a respectable peace between the two clans. All eyes shifted towards Tsukumo Hitaki, who somberly glanced at the wooden table underneath him. Naruto himself couldn't help but stare at this man and wonder what choice would he make. Then surprisingly, Tsukumo actually looked at him, and in his eyes there was present the unasked question. Naruto glanced at Iwashi Yamanaka, and despite the terrified expression, he saw the almost victorious look hiding in the boy's cunning eyes. He knew he had made a powerful offer for his life, even a strategic masterstroke that compelled Tsukumo to choose peace over future conflict. But 43 lives had been lost because of this man's stupid and selfish act. So many men and women who would never see their family or friends. Tsukumo stared at the kinslayer's harsh eyes that gave one single suggestion: justice. Iwashi Yamanaka. All the Uchihas, Hitakis and Yamanakas inside the courtroom listened closely as Lord Tsukumo got up from his chair and looked at the young man, who was on the verge of smiling in relief and victory. "For your crimes that sparked a bloody conflict between our clans and the loss of so many lives on both sides, I sentence you to death." Shocked gasps and even a few outrageous protests erupted across the room. Even Naori looked aghast at the extreme decision taken by the Hitaki leader despite all the compensation he had been offered. Then she watched her nephew move and knew what was about to happen. Iwashi screamed obscenities and protests at the top of his voice, but not one of his clan or any other faction rose in his support. When the members of the Kinsguard grabbed him roughly and made him kneel, he started to tremble. His eyes widened in fear when he saw the kinslayer step before him with a cold look in his eyes. "Any last words?" asked Naruto icily. "Fuck you, kinslayer." Naruto gave a cold smirk to the blonde Yamanaka. "You're not my type." With a single stroke of the sword, the golden head of the Yamanaka heir was severed from his body, rendering a stunned silence across the courtroom. Naruto wiped the blood from his sword as his friends dragged the headless body away from, even taking with them the severed head. When that was done, he glanced towards the two clan heads. Tsukumo's face showed resignation and weariness, while Itama Yamanaka looked crestfallen, but his eyes lacked any hatred, knowing his nephew had deserved the fate bestowed on him. The fact that an Uchiha killed him removed any possibility of retribution from any hothead Yamanakas, for none dared to challenge the dragon. "It's done," declared Naruto coldly, daring anyone to challenge otherwise. None did. Before any clan heads or Naori could say something, the door of the courtroom was opened once again as a terrified messenger stormed inside, and he said just one word that passed on his fear to most others present in the room. "Senju's." Not a second later, alarm bells rang across the entire town, marking the arrival of the feared enemy. But as chaos and confusion threatened to erupt across the three clans, one massive presence spread across the entire room. The killing intent so deep that it threatened to make many piss themselves. Everyone looked at the source of this power and saw the kinslayer stare at them with a confident grin. "Come with me and burn some tree huggers," roared Naruto, unleashing his ancestral sword. As when the Uchihas rose, their clan's famous madness and bloodlust lurking in their eyes as they all cheered that decision. Following them were the Hitakis, who also roared in approval when their leader gave the nod. Finally, Itama Yamanaka gave a resigned nod, leading to the Yamanaka ninjas also standing abruptly and nodding their consent without any enthusiasm. Casting one last glance towards his aunt, who gave him a firm nod as well, Naruto Uchiha marched to battle. Chapter 9. The Cursed Man. Armed warriors ran across the town with determination and anxiety burning in their eyes. Chaos was spreading across every nook and corner as the war drums and alarm bells continued to ring louder and louder with every passing second. Terrified screams cut through the lands as the frightened civilians were being directed towards the shelters inside the strong castle. A large army of fighters gathered behind him ready to fight and die on a single command. He couldn't say if his people felt the same as him, but in the eyes of many he saw the same look as the one he had in his own eyes. Madness. The hunger for battle, the desire to fight, the resolve to emerge victorious with victory or death. The sweet sound of steel clashing against steel, of the dying screams of men and women, of the blood and guts that flew all around them, of the fear in the eyes of their enemies when they delivered the final blow. Naruto glanced at his ancestral sword, Dan, with its finely crafted blade and the hilt that bore the sigil of a dragon. Fire and blood. There was power in those ancient words. An immeasurable force that made his kind brim with pride and confidence. Many called it arrogance, and he had never denied it being such, for it was what it was, because their kind was worthy of that fear and respect. It was that same fear that made the Hitakis and Yamanakas join his forces waiting for his command. He could feel his blood pumping, his heart threatening to burst out with joy, the intoxication threatening to flood away his senses as he experienced the feeling of the sweetest thing in the world about to touch his lips. Battle. Nothing was more terrifying and nothing more glorious. He was never one to seek it openly, but there was one family with whom he actively sought it. Senju. He could still see his brothers dying before his eyes. Of the sharp kunai hitting Anabi in the neck as he choked on his own blood, of Yashira wildly fighting in grief before blowing himself up, taking down more Senjus with him. Of that sword piercing Izuna's chest and the feeling of watching his beloved brother die in his arms. He trembled with hate and revenge burning deep inside of him. He must be looking quite terrifying with his Sharingan, for not a single one of his men dared to taunt him or ask any question. They dared not speak, for his killing intent threatened to slaughter them should they step out of line. His kinsguard stood around him, proud and silent. He could feel the darkest parts of his soul morphing into reality, having only inexperienced such feelings the day he killed his own kin, earning the name, Kinslayer. Even Kurama maintained his distance and was not going to participate in the battle, knowing how personal this was to Naruto. The boy knew the fox was capable of ending this fight single-handedly, but that would not sit well with his friend who had yearned for this chance for a very long time. Also, if the beast fought against the Senjus, it would only bring more attention to it, which was not what Naruto wanted at this time. In that moment, Kurama saw every ounce of Indra coming alive in the boy as he glared at the massive defender force of more than 1,000 men. Any of you tries to flee, cowers, or dies without killing 3 Senjus, warned Naruto, flaring his killing intent, fully making dozens of his troops fall to their knees. The madness showed in his eyes as he made his promise. I'll burn them and their families alive. He smiled viciously when he saw them all nod fearfully and turned around swiftly with his kinsguard falling in line. Together the 6 of them, all dressed in battle armor with dark cloaks fluttering from their backs, marched forward with the allied army at their back. Their shining swords yearning for the taste of Senju blood. The members of the kinsguard watched their leader keenly, observing as their large army took up positions, with many hiding themselves away from the eyes of the approaching enemy. Are the traps in place? Asked Naruto coldly, without any emotion in his voice except for hate. It's done, Lord Commander, replied Itachi affirmatively. Each of you take up command of different units across our flanks. I'll hold the center, commanded Naruto stoically. Naruto, a massive force of Senjus, Sarutobis, Inazukas and Akamichis are approaching towards us. Our sensors and barrier teams place their numbers twice than our own, warned Kagami, and shivered when he saw the merciless smile on his friend's face. More bastards to kill. Each of the kinsguard looked at each other, quite uncertain over their leader and friend's dangerous behavior. They had known Naruto to be a calm and capable battle commander who usually preferred tactics over brute force. But today he was doing the opposite. To be more accurate, his hatred for the Senjus was overwhelming every other feeling in his heart. Is Tobirama Senju leading them? Shisui flinched when he felt the bloodlust in his friend's voice. They had heard of Madara's obsessive rivalry with Hashirama Senju, and in that regard Naruto was not much different from his elder brother, for he had an unhealthy hatred for Tobirama Senju. Answer me. They all flinched except for Itachi at his brutal commanding voice, and it was only when Shisui nodded in confirmation did the monstrous killing intent lift away from them. Any last orders? Questioned Takeshi obediently, which was a stark contrast to his rebellious nature. But even a hothead like him could see that Naruto was not going to tolerate any mistakes or even japes this time. Naruto stared at his friends and saw the fear in their eyes. Not only their enemy outnumbered them and comprised of powerful warriors, but they were more worried with his hatred. But he could not stop. For years, he had dreamed of this moment when he finally avenged his brother. And now that it was here, he could not bring himself to care about anything else. Not the clan, not the fate of their new alliance with the Hitaki or Yamanaka clans, or even his friends. All he could see, all he could feel was hate. He saw them still staring at him expectantly, waiting for his last order before they marched into battle. Memories from his worst nightmare came haunting back. Before his eyes he saw an unholy fire burning across sacred temple grounds, the sound of men, women and children begging and screaming in pain. The foul air that had lurked in the skies that night, the memory of a young boy standing in the midst of a horrible dream. Those words heard that night that plagued him every day after, ones he mumbled 1,000 times in sleepless nights. Kill them all. He saw them all freeze, but as a testament to their courage they all then nodded before all of them except for one disappeared away to carry out their orders. But her eyes stayed on him, taking in the haunting look in his eyes as he relived the 2 worst nightmares of his life. Days he would never forget in his entire life. He didn't stop her when she came forward and laid a passionate kiss on his lips, one which he hesitantly returned. It was short, and when she parted from him, there was a silent pleading in her eyes. No words were spoken, but he could hear her desire nonetheless in those eyes of hers. Stay alive. He didn't reply or gave any sign that he heard her or even accepted her request. Makoto nodded with a sigh before kissing his lips one last time before vanishing away to carry out her duty. When he turned back to face the battlefield, all emotions and feelings disappeared from his eyes. He had no remorse or hesitation in his heart for what he was about to do. For he was no hero. He was a selfish person who only wanted to fulfill the desires of his own heart. He was the kinslayer. He was the cursed man. Tobirama Senju lay crouched on the ground with one finger pressed against the soft grass. His closed eyes displaying his level of concentration as his allies lay anxious around him. When he opened his eyes, he saw the worried gaze of his little brother Itama staring back at him. Their flanks are too strong. But the center formation looks breakable, suggested the white-haired Senju. Then let me attack them and tear their asses to pieces, spoke Akio Inuzuka with a savage grin, but was surprised when Tobirama shook his head. You'll take the left flank and Sasuke Sarutobi shall take the right. I, Itama, along with the Senjus and few Akamichi will attack the center formation. Any sides that breaks through is ordered to head straight for the town and reach the Yamanaka clan head, if possible even the Hitaki clan head captive as well. Hashirama wants them alive and unharmed. Do you understood? Asked Tobirama icily, boring his cold eyes into the Inuzuka heir who glared at him. They're traitors. A sharp burst of killing intent made the dog warrior and his battle partner flinch as Tobirama's glare rained down on them in full force. Do you want to test Hashirama's patience? He watched in satisfaction as nearly everyone cowered, for they were all aware of Hashirama's power. The Senju clan head was a kind and honorable man, but was swift in dealing with any who disobeyed him. Understood, they all chorused, some with great reluctance earning a stiff nod from Tobirama. When their factions started to divide themselves, he saw Itama's pleading eyes, and even when his little brother didn't say anything, Tobirama understood his request. You will lead the attack with me and take command of our troops on the battlefield, commanded Tobirama, but a firm hand was placed on his shoulder and Itama Senju saw the grave look in his brother's eyes. I am trusting you, Itama. Lead the attack while I deal with someone who is waiting for me, explained Tobirama honestly. Who? Asked Itama hesitantly. The kinslayer. Itama froze. He looked into his brother's unflinching eyes and saw no sign of fear and hesitation. Tobirama was the most skilled warrior of their clan after Hashirama, even stronger than Itama and Tsunade. But the kinslayer was a monster in his own right. One who butchered an entire clan in single combat, wielder of the Sharingan and the finest swordsman in the Land of Fire. Even across the elemental nations, for according to many who had seen his prowess. He was not someone to be taken lightly, and now his brother was going to face that man. Let me help you, pleaded Itama, receiving a swift glare from his elder brother. This is between me and him. Gods know he hates me for killing his brother. Anyone who tries to stop him by getting in his way to reach me will meet a brutal death. It is why I will confront him before he wreaks havoc on our allies. It is your responsibility to break through his lines, and in case I fall. Brother, listen, scolded Tobirama harshly, but softened when he saw Itama on the verge of tears. Gods, the boy was even more soft of heart than Hashirama. It made Tobirama wonder if entrusting his brother was a burden too heavy for him, but despite his insecurities and shy nature, Itama was a good fighter. Their people loved him and he was well respected. And there was no one Tobirama trusted more than his brother right now. If I fall, run. Don't try to save me, for you'll only get killed and I cannot bear watching you die. Don't throw your life away in vain, said Tobirama gently. He could still remember the day when he killed Izuna Uchiha on the battlefield. The grief he had seen in the Kinslayer's eyes that day promised Tobirama that he would never have peace until either he or the Kinslayer were dead. In a way, he could understand that Uchiha's feelings for if anyone hurt or worse killed any of his brothers and sister. Tobirama shivered as he realized the extent of rage and hatred that would seep through him if that happened. And the Kinslayer had already lost 3 brothers against the Senjus. The stronger their love, the stronger their hate, and the worse their madness. He could still remember his father's words about the Uchiha and the grave warning in them. It was why Tobirama knew it was he who had to face the Kinslayer, and no one else. Itama reluctantly nodded and was surprised when Tobirama hugged him fiercely. Words couldn't describe how proud he was of his little brother, for in this world of madness and hatred this boy was still pure and kind. Something which Tobirama dearly wished to preserve. They soon parted as Itama gave the command, making the Senju and Akamichi warriors march forward. Tobirama quickly caught Tuka Senju before she joined the others. The dark-haired girl curiously stared at him with a raised eyebrow but saw the Senju's gaze lingering on the form of his brother. Look after him. She didn't miss the worry for his brother in his voice and firmly nodded, earning a brief smile from him. But before he could walk away, she grabbed his hand and made him look back at her. Does it have to be you? She asked sadly. A resigned smile came on his face as he kissed her forehead. It can only be me, left flank. Itachi and Kagami saw the swarm of crows and vultures that had started to linger in the sky. An omen of the carnage that was about to happen. They exhaled deep breaths as the rustling of leaves and grass started to become more louder, marking the arrival of their enemies. The sound of dogs barking reached their eyes, making them both exchange a knowing nod. Glancing around, they saw their 400-strong force made up of Hitaki, Uchiha and few Yamanaka preparing themselves as both Kinsguard members gave the signal. Itachi had no doubt in his mind that if any of their flanks was crushed, then they were done for, because the Senjus and their allies outnumbered their side quite heavily. Kagami suspiciously glanced at the Hitaki and Yamanaka warriors. They might be allies now, but he could not shake off the feeling of mistrust he had towards them, for one of those clans was a former Senju ally and the other was about to become one before they were forced to bend the knee to the Uchihas. If these bastards turn on us, warned Kagami, drawing a flat look from Itachi. We hold the line, asserted Itachi, which made Kagami chew his lip nervously. We might have to retreat, advised Kagami, and was surprised when Itachi shook his head. The Kinsguard doesn't flee from the battlefield. Those words brought some of the confidence back in Kagami's heart as he remembered the power of his sworn brothers and sister. They were each worth a dozen warriors currently standing behind them, and even if the situation demanded, they wouldn't flee or retreat. Because Naruto wouldn't, neither would any of their other brothers and sister. Steeling himself, Kagami nodded while placing a firm hand on Itachi's shoulders, making the silent boy glance at him, and Kagami hoped to convey his conviction with his last words before the battle. Here we shall stand, promised Kagami, earning a small smile from Itachi. The 2 Kinsguard, dressed in finely crafted bronze armor bearing the dragon sigil on their chests and the Uchiha crests on their backs, stepped ahead of their army, their long black cloaks gracefully fluttering behind their backs. Itachi was the first to catch sight of the Inuzuka dogs charging through the front lines and quickly performed a set of hand seals. Sealing arts. 7-star barrier. Across the dense forests, 7 seals engraved deep in the hearts of trees came alive, and within seconds the charging dog army came to a sudden halt. Their Inuzuka partners growled furiously as some of them were also caught in the trap. Itachi charged forward without warning and jumped high in the air, his hands grabbing a bunch of kunai from his pouch. Twisting himself gracefully in the air, he let loose the entire volley, which instantly multiplied into a large barrage, tearing down the trapped enemy forces brutally. The entire enemy first line was decimated, which was the signal Kagami was waiting for as he saw the next wave charging towards them and Itachi's seals disappeared. He gave a mighty roar as his entire body was engulfed in bright blue flames of chakra. Kaimon. Gate of opening. Itachi smirked when Kagami disappeared in a flash and appeared right before the first Inuzuka, who gasped when a solid punch connected with his head, splattering it to shreds. Two furious dogs leapt towards Kagami, but he flipped in the air, bringing down his hard feet, crashing against their heads, ending their miserable lives. The Inuzuka, who were known and feared for their taijutsu prowess, were stunned when Kagami started tearing them apart with his fast moves and deadly attacks. Seeing his friend had destroyed any coordination in the enemy attack, Itachi turned towards their surprised allies, who had just watched these two Kinsguard decimate nearly 24 ninjas in the first few minutes itself, all on their own, and they looked ready for more. "With me," commanded Itachi, raising his sword. The Hitaki swordsmen gave out their own war cries, followed by the stunned Yamanakas, who also joined the charge following Itachi's lead. Soon enough the two factions clashed against each other, starting a brutal massacre. Right flank. Shisui tensely watched as his forces, comprised of nearly 500 fighters, stepped into battle formation. By his sides were Makoto and Takeshi with their swords ready. Tension was ever present in the air, which turned even worse when the war cries of hundreds of Sarutobi, Akamichi, and few Senjus reached them. He narrowed his eyes when many Akamichi transformed into rolling balls of massive size and moved towards his lines at terrifying speeds. But he had been expecting that from the moment he saw who was leading this attack. "They want to break our lines with brute force," suggested Takeshi, and saw Shisui nod in acceptance. "Take command of our units and wait for my signal," said Shisui, earning a nod from the younger boy as he quickly joined the Yamanaka units without any protest. "You think we can hold them?" asked Makoto hesitantly. "We will." She smiled at Shisui's confidence and had no reason to doubt his resolve, for he was not only a deadly fighter but someone with whom she wouldn't mind fighting side by side to the death. When the Akamichis started to get dangerous close, making the ground tremble with their mass, Shisui raised a single hand seal, and soon enough those charging monsters were assaulted by hundreds of crows swooping down from the skies. Shisui's eyes were closed, but Makoto saw the Akamichis had stopped abruptly. Instead of charging ahead, the giant monsters actually turned back and reverse charged towards their own forces that screamed in terror. "Now," Makoto nodded instantly when the command escaped from Shisui's lips, making her give the signal to her brother. Several Uchiha fighters and few Hitaki warriors joined her as she led the charge, with her twin brother Takeshi doing the same with the Yamanaka fighters. Together they formed two offensive flanks and charged into the broken enemy lines that were still being ravaged by out-of-control Akamichi fighters. "Uchihas," she shouted, making her brother and their clansmen create a fine first line. Together they all performed a set of hand seals very familiar to them at great speed. Few Sarutobi and Senjus actually recognized their move despite the chaos and hastily charged ahead to counter, but had to start dodging when the few Hitakis that had taken position in the trees started raining down exploding kunais on them, creating further mayhem across the battlefield. Fire style. Great fire annihilation. Such a dangerous and powerful jutsu was not possible to perform for any Uchiha alone except for ones like Madara. But together they were all able to create this move, and soon enough the flames that were launched from the mouths of her clansmen engulfed a large portion of the forest. Men and women screamed as they were caught helpless in the blazing inferno. Like headless chickens they ran, with some trying to find sources of water. Some even tried to create water jutsu but were cut down by the Hitaki marksmen that continued to shower a rain of death from their positions in the tall trees. When the destruction ended, there were dozens of charred bodies that were barely recognizable, on the verge of turning to ashes and disappearing forever. Takeshi grinned savagely when he saw Shisui flying in the air on top of a giant crow, with his hands still performing the seal controlling the out-of-control Akamichi. But soon enough the Genjutsu master released the jutsu, much to the relief of the enemy forces. But it didn't last, as the dangerous Uchiha clasped his hands together whispering, "Genjutsu. Field of Darkness." When their enemies cried that they were not able to see anything as a sudden darkness stole every ounce of light from their surroundings, then Takeshi cheered, leading the charge of his clansmen. He slashed his first enemy across the throat, ending the miserable boy's life, and saw his clansmen begin the butchering of the disarrayed enemy forces. However, a few enemies had broken out of the genjutsu, and Takeshi grinned, for at least there were some capable fighters in the enemies. With a savage battle cry, he and his twin sister attacked them. Center formation. Naruto could feel the enemy approaching, and there were a lot of them. More than the forces under his command, but that was to be expected since he had decided to strengthen his flanks while taking the risk of annihilation on himself. With him were majority of the Uchiha force, fewer Hitakis and most Yamanakas. Together they made up a strong army of nearly 300 fighters. The odds were heavily against them, but there was no other choice but to fight, or risk everything they had gained so far. He grasped his ancestral sword firmly in his grasp as the first enemy forces entered his line of vision. Activating his Sharingan, he charged forward and smirked when he stabbed the blade clean through a surprised Senju's heart. The battlefield came alive as his supporters and the enemies now clashed in open combat. Weapons, jutsu, and body parts went flying along with the blood-curdling screams of the dead and dying. Lightning release. Thunder armor. His entire body was coated in bright sparks of lightning that savagely electrocuted the Senjus very close to him. His own ancestral sword now coated in the element. It was why he loved the weapon, for not only was it made up of the finest steel but had engraved in it secret seals that allowed it to manifest the type of chakra its wielder used. With a grin, he attacked any who dared to challenge him. His sword now laced with lightning carved through his enemy's armor like a knife cutting through butter, and he didn't flinch when they died one after another, screaming in agony. He saw one unit of his clansmen being viciously attacked by dozens of Senju. Quickly he formed a hand seal, producing two of his shadow clones who wordlessly ran to the aid of their clansmen, and soon enough the Uchihas were fighting back. Parrying another attack, he delivered a swift and brutal kick to his enemy's genitals. The woman gasped in pain, but her eyes widened when his sword sliced through her open neck, showering him in blood and gore. Mercilessly, he twisted his sword, causing a large surge of lightning to seep into her body. The Senjus gasped in horror when their dying kunoichi's head exploded, earning a savage laugh from the kinslayer. They all flinched away from him until a one-eyed Senju dressed in fine armor charged ahead, clashing his sword against Naruto's. He's stronger than the others. Naruto didn't know why, but he had a feeling he had seen this Senju before. Despite his innocent looks, the boy was fighting back with great strength and courage. Roaring once more, he tried a horizontal slash towards Naruto's chest, but the kinslayer easily sidestepped from the attack, placing his passing hand on the Senju's back. Itama Senju screamed when vicious bolts of lightning attacked his entire body. His nerves screamed, his blood boiled. His lone eye threatened to burst open, and in his hazy vision he saw the kinslayer bringing his longsword towards his back. Now he knew why Tobirama had warned him not to engage this man, but he had forgotten his elder brother's advice when he saw his clansmen being cut down by this monster. He had to do something to help them, but now he was going to die painfully, which made him close his eyes. Kin's lair. Naruto froze mid-attack and had to urgently bring his sword forward just in time as Tobirama Senju's sword clashed against his own. There was a monstrous outburst of chakra from the white-haired Senju's body that sent Naruto sailing away. Quickly regaining his balance, he flipped himself and landed gracefully across the battlefield and saw the man he hated most standing before him. "Little brother," whispered Tobirama, cradling the badly burnt Itama in his arms. The sight brought a new wave of sadness as anger in Naruto's heart as he remembered the words said to him by the person he had loved most in this world. "Be happy, little brother. Izuna." Tobirama. The Senju looked up and his eyes widened when a monstrous outburst of chakra exploded from Naruto's body, sending dozens of Senjus and Sarutobis sailing away. The killing intent that spread across the forest was enough to make Tobirama flinch, for he saw the unending hatred in Naruto's eyes that threatened to destroy everything Tobirama held dear. He quickly handed off his injured brother to Tuka, who dragged the boy away to safety as Tobirama got up on his feet, meeting the kinslayer's burning red eyes. He had seen those same eyes in Madara and knew the power it gave to its wielder. He raised his sword in preparation as Naruto marched towards him, fury and hatred burning in his Sharingan eyes. Only to freeze suddenly. A shocked and even more furious expression came on his face as he glanced at the Yamanaka who had attacked his mind. His eyes widened when the blonde-haired turncoats started attacking the shocked Uchihas and Hitakis. The tides changed within seconds as the traitor Yamanakas joined up with the Senju forces, beginning the slaughter of the heavily outnumbered Uchiha and Hitaki forces. He glanced at Tobirama, who gave him a blank look. And he knew. In all the chaos of this surprise attack, everyone including him had failed to detect one minor detail. It had barely been 2 days since the Yamanaka officially surrendered to the Uchiha. Even if the Senju wanted to retaliate, it would have taken them time to assemble such a large force. Unless, Tobirama smiled at him coldly. You guessed right, Kinslayer. The Yamanakas asked for our aid the moment you attacked them, confessed Tobirama. You, struggled Naruto, almost on the verge of breaking free from the invading presence in his mind. They surrendered to you because they knew fighting would only mean annihilation. So they waited for their allies to arrive, and now they shall have their revenge. You come into their home, butcher their people, kill their clan heir, and expect them to surrender to your mad clan? I see the Hitakis are still fighting for you despite the changed situation. Tell me, what leverage do you have over them? Asked Tobirama knowingly. Naruto dared not reveal any information regarding the fact that Naori held Kiera Hitaki as hostage, which was the main reason the Hitakis were still fighting for them. Thinking of his aunt holed up in that castle among the Yamanaka traitors made his heart stop. He had to save her. Glancing around, he saw majority of his supporters were cut down by the overwhelming enemy force. The few who were left wouldn't last long. He was trapped. With a wild roar, he broke the mind invasion of his attacker and swiftly sent a kunai that lodged itself right into the Yamanaka's head, ending the man's life. Hastily, he grabbed a flare from his pocket and launched it in the air just as Tobirama attacked him. He smiled even as he clashed swords against Tobirama, as the bright red flare had now given the message to his few allies to act on their contingency plan. As for him, he saw hundreds of Senjus, Sarutobis, Yamanaks closing down on the small circle of Uchihas and Hitakis that had stepped closer to him, hoping he could save them from their approaching deaths. He glanced at his arch-enemy and knew he had met his match, for Tobirama was just as cruel and cunning as him. His next words proved Naruto's belief. You're done, Kinslayer. Chapter 10. Cadmean Victory. He saw enemies all around him, waiting for the perfect moment to strike him down. Their eyes full of anger, hatred and utter loathing. Their swords and sickles eager to taste his blood, and their pitiful killing intent making a mocking effort to make him cower. Glancing at the few allies he had left, he saw they were preparing themselves to die. The responsibility of this failure lied on his shoulders, for he should have known the Yamanaka could do something like this. If it had been Madara in his place, his brother would have butchered their top leadership, making the remaining younger ones bend the knee. But Naruto had done the opposite. He had went with his heart, sparing all Yamanaka except for those who perished in battle. He had not even slaughtered any Yamanaka civilians and allowed them to go back to their peaceful lives. He had allowed his enemies to surrender instead of killing them all. It was the good thing to do, the honorable thing. But there was no place for such things in this world. He could already imagine his father's disappointed eyes looking down on him. The old man would have taught the Yamanaka a much harsher and bloodier lesson than his foolish young son. And now his own clansmen had to die, their only fault being the fact that their leader was soft of heart. His friends, his aunt, his clansmen, and even their Hitaki allies were all in danger of annihilation because of him. It was burden that weighed his ever-solemn heart. Even Kurama. He watched his enemies that only continued to outnumber his forces. Whatever his mistakes, he was still the leader of his army, and it was his duty to get them to safety, no matter the cost. Tekka, the said older Uchiha, warily glanced at him but was surprised when Naruto pointed him in the opposite direction, leading towards the Yamanaka town. Get our people and the Hitakis out of here. I'll hold the line, instructed Naruto. Tajima-sama and Madara-sama will have our heads if we leave you behind, pointed Tekka hesitantly, aware about the wrath they would incur should those two learn what happened to the Kinslayer. Are you disobeying me? Tekka Uchiha flinched when Naruto's cold eyes landed on him in full force, making him gulp. He glanced at his own clansmen and the Hitaki, who looked quite relieved with the new option provided to them. Still, a question lingered on Tekka's mind. They'll kill you, you know that, right? asked Tekka seriously, glancing at the Senjus and their allies who were now starting to get closer. For his part, the kinslayer merely glanced at his ancestral sword before looking back at the enemies with a cocky smirk. "I've won more single combat than any of these tree-huggers. I can handle them," promised Naruto. Tekka could not argue against that point. Whatever sins the kinslayer had committed in his life, there was not a single Uchiha who doubted his fighting prowess. Seeing Naruto was not going to change his mind, Tekka glanced at him one last time while also giving a subtle signal to his allies to get ready to flee. Any last words? Naruto would have laughed if not for the situation, because he remembered asking the same thing to many of his enemies before they died. Tekka, in his own way, was asking him if he had any message for his family. His father would not be much affected, but no words would be enough to console Madara or even Naori. But still he wanted to humor Tekka nonetheless. "I am a ninja. I shall die as one." Tekka's eyes slightly widened, his lips parting to say something before he abruptly stopped himself. For the first time in his eyes there was an emotion other than loathing for this young boy. "We will avenge you," promised Tekka, earning a loud laugh from Naruto. "You speak as if I'm dead already?" mocked Naruto, his usual sarcastic grin present on his face. Tekka could only grimly nod in understanding. "Now go. Make sure the fox escapes with you." With a fleeting nod, Tekka and his companions took off to the trees with great speed. The Senjus cursed and made to follow, but Naruto got in the way and slammed his hand on the forest ground. A monstrous shockwave was unleashed across the forests. Majority of the ninjas sent chakra to their feet in order to retain their footing, but a few weaker ones were sent sailing away. Dust and uprooted grass disrupted everyone's vision, and when the brief storm settled they saw the kinslayer raising his ancestral blade while also picking up another sword from a fallen Uchiha. Tobirama acutely watched the kinslayer twist both swords in his hands with practiced ease, his dark Sharingan eyes challenging anyone to defeat him. But the killing intent he was unleashing was enough to make most of the Senju forces back away. He considered his options. While he considered himself a good fighter, the kinslayer was a dangerous foe. He could take him on, but at the same time he had the man cornered. Tobirama had the numbers on his side while Naruto was all alone. Even the Senju was surprised with the kinslayer's decision to act as a sacrifice to allow his people time to escape. It is far more honorable of him. Could there be more to this man than his stained reputation? Tobirama had only heard tales of Naruto's combat prowess. Maybe it was safer if he saw some of it first before taking him on. It was the right move. He gestured his troops to move forward, and few dozen brave ones charged towards the kinslayer, who grinned. Naruto stood rooted in his spot, his sword still swirling in the air waiting to claim blood. As his enemies came dangerous close, Tobirama's eyes widened when he sensed it. Water style. Water bullets. Dozens of sharp water projectiles escaped from the kinslayer's mouth, and being so close to the man, the Senju warriors had no room left to dodge, and Tobirama grimaced when they were all hit in vital parts, making their bodies crumble motionlessly to the ground with a sickening crunch. Naruto walked over the corpses, making every effort to further infuriate his enemies, and was not surprised when the hot-headed ones took offense at the way he mocked their dead clansmen. Another dozen came charging at him with loud roars. It was so pitiful. Right before their very eyes, he disappeared in a flock of crows. Their worried eyes searched for him everywhere until he suddenly materialized in their midst, his swords hacking them all to death in twin fluent strikes. His eyes narrowed as he immediately got up and brought his swords upwards to deflect the hundreds of kunai and shuriken being launched at him from all sides. He grinned and began his defense by deflecting every projectile with his twin swords. Tobirama, despite his hatred for this man, could not help but be heavily impressed. All those people that talked about the kinslayer's fighting prowess didn't lie or exaggerate. With his own eyes, Tobirama watched the kinslayer deflect every kunai and shuriken thrown at him. Most of his accuracy was thanks to his Sharingan that allowed him to predict the trajectory of those weapons, but his light feet, his hand movements, his moves which were almost like a fine-crafted dance was a proof enough. Naruto Uchiha was the finest swordsman Tobirama had ever seen. His eyes slightly widened when one kunai came bouncing forward and lodged itself into a woman standing a few feet away from him. She choked as the blood leaked from her neck, and only now did Tobirama see dozens upon dozens of dead Senjus. All of them hit by either kunai or shuriken that they had threw at the kinslayer, and who had used his natural skill to send it back at them with thrice the force and speed. The soldiers were bloody mad now for having so many of their clansmen and allies cut down so easily. Despite Tobarama's warning shout, those fools charged towards the kinslayer from all sides. Naruto quickly roared before slamming his foot brutally across the barren land, making half the forest tremble. The approaching horde of soldiers also struggled to balance their footing and were as such left defenseless when the kinslayer twisted his twin swords in a 360-degree circular movement. Horror crept through Tobarama as he watched dozens of heads roll off cleanly from the dead men and women's shoulder. Those who had been lucky to be charging behind the first wave instantly backed away with fear evident in their eyes. Tobarama made a quick count of the fallen and the wounded. More than 100 were already dead, with another 2 to 3 dozen sporting grievous wounds. He cursed himself again as he watched their Inuzuka and Sarutobi allies come charging in from the left and right flanks. Their appearance here could only mean the Uchihas and Hitakis from those flanks had fled the moment they saw Naruto launching that bright red flare in the sky. And the kinslayer had unleashed such a massive killing intent that must have forced Tobarama's allies to come charging here if only to save him and Itama. But still that left for plenty of Yamanaka to chase after the retreating enemy forces. However, with the new addition of forces, the kinslayer, despite his skill and prowess, was overwhelmed. Still, he didn't even look winded despite the fact that he had been fighting for more than 20 minutes now. That playful grin still on his face. "Is that all you've got?" asked Naruto mockingly, earning hateful glares from his enemies, but none of them stepped forward to challenge him either. "Surrender, kinslayer," spoke Tobarama, for despite his urge to kill this man, he had a feeling the Senju could gain even more if they captured Naruto alive. Even if the boy's father had disowned him, Madara dearly loved him, and the thought of making that arrogant bastard worry was enough to make Tobarama smirk. "In your dreams, pretty boy," retorted Naruto, and smiled when Tobarama scowled at the remark. "Why fight for a clan who hates you? Didn't they leave you the moment the tides turned? Join us and Hashirama can see you greatly rewarded," suggested Tobarama, already willing to exploit his enemy's dark history against him. Now it was Naruto's turn to heavy glare at the Senju, who had the audacity to assume he knew everything about him. "You think my life is some precious thing to me? As if I would trade my family for a few more years of what?" asked Naruto furiously, surprising the Senju, for he saw nothing but truth and loyalty in those burning Sharingan eyes. Naruto Uchiha was definitely a strange man. "Funny. For I think you only serve your family when it's convenient. Where was this loyalty and honor when you used those same hands to butcher your own people? The truth is, kinslayer, you're a man without honor," said Tobarama coldly. He stepped forward ahead of his clansmen with his ancient sword unleashed and was quite satisfied when his harsh words made Naruto grimace. While the kinslayer didn't retort back with his usual sarcastic remark or even angry words, the raw pain in his eyes was enough to make Tobarama see he had wounded the man. For men like Naruto, Uchiha could survive 1,000 physical wounds, but the wounds to his character were the ones which hurt him most. "Today, in front of my allies and the gods, I shall deliver justice upon your cursed soul," promised Tobarama, unleashing a massive killing intent. Yet Naruto looked at him with a mocking smile. "If those gods are real, then why is this world so full of injustice?" asked Naruto bitterly, as he could see he was about to be killed either by Tobarama or the hundreds that had surrounded him. His death would be worth it if he managed to kill Tobarama, but the pain it would bring Madara made him ask that question. Why was his family suffering more than the Senju's? What right did these tree-huggers have to consider themselves physically and morally superior when they were just as worse as the Uchiha? "Because of men like you," spat Tuka Senju hatefully, earning cheers and the same remarks from hundreds more. Naruto looked at his ancestral sword and at his own hands. It was with them he had picked up a sword and killed all his clansmen that night. Despite his actions, he had failed that night. Just as he failed in saving his 3 brothers, just as he failed in giving something truly worthwhile to his clan. Guilt and sadness crept across his heart as he remembered his life as nothing more than failures. "There are no men like me. Only me," whispered Naruto, but his words were not heard by any of these people. Tobarama prepared himself as he watched all sadness and guilt vanish from the kinslayer's eyes, replaced by grim determination. The look in those Sharingan eyes was the one of a man about to die. But not alone. I am Uchiha Naruto, son of Tajima, brother of Madara, and loyal fighter of my clan. An armor of lightning enclosed all over the kinslayer's body as he raised his swords, one burning with the same lightning sparks and the other burning with pure chakra. I shall take no wife, have no family, hold no lands, inherit no titles. He felt the power surging through his body. The guilt and fear washed away with a renewed courage as he remembered the oath he made to his father the day he was disowned. An oath he had lived his life by even now. I shall live and die for my clan and our allies. He could see his enemies taking a few steps back as he raised a single-hand seal and created 10 shadow clones of himself that all turned to face their enemies bravely. I am the sword of my people, the shield of my allies, the nightmare of my enemies. And I pledge my life to kill every last one of you. Tobirama's eyes widened when the clones charged towards the Senjus and their allies, creating a bloody carnage as the battle began. He himself had to brace as the real Naruto appeared before him, delivering a bone-crushing punch to his face. As Tobirama was sent sailing away, Naruto willed a mass of crows to descend over the Senjus. As the black birds disrupted the enemies, he used the chance to charge forward, plunging his sword through their hearts, heads and necks. Tuka Senju roared furiously and uncaring of the crows harassing her, she charged forward, clashing her sword fiercely against the kinslayer, only for it to shatter against the Uchiha's ancestral weapon, Dan. Naruto barely noticed the shock in the woman's eyes before he brought down his twin swords, carving her up from shoulder to her navel. She gurgled and spat blood at his golden armor before crumbling to the ground. It was then he saw the unconscious form of Itama slumped against the trees. Every bone in his body was begging him to kill the boy, however the strategist within him knew his end was imminent. Even if the Uchihas lost this battle, if they had Itama as captive, then the Senjus could be forced to give up all they had gained. Tajima Uchiha might let his own son die if it gained him the alliance of 2 great clans, but Hashirama Senju would rather sacrifice those allies if it meant the life of his younger brother. Naruto could see Tobirama rushing towards him, but one of Naruto's own clones got in his way, allowing the kinslayer to create one more shadow clone who quickly grabbed Itama by his shoulders. The enemy army froze when Naruto's clone placed a kunai at Itama's throat. Even Tobirama stopped with horror ever present in his eyes. "Move a muscle and I'll cut his throat," warned Naruto, even if his mind was pulling him in 2 directions. The hatred burning within him was screaming at him to kill Itama and watch the pain it would wreak on Tobirama. It might even make the cold Senju go berserk, which Naruto could use to kill him. But the strategist within him knew how valuable a prisoner Itama was. The boy was also Naruto's lifeline in this battle, for no matter how strong he was, there were just too many enemies here. "What do you want?" asked Tobirama icily. "Take your army and go back to your lands. Get me a written order from Hashirama stating the Senjus parting with the Yamanaka and Hitaki clans both. Then I shall release your brother back to your family," replied Naruto frankly. He watched as a sea of conflicting emotions passed through Tobirama's eyes as he glanced at his younger brother and then at his army that was watching his every move. "No deal," Naruto cringed when Tobirama raised a finger and instantly a mass of water erupted from beneath the ground, destroying the shadow clone holding Itama captive, while the injured Senju was quickly grabbed by his clansmen, this time being completely drawn away from the battlefield. "You used our conversation to gather time to make your move. Clever of you, Tobirama." With his trump card destroyed, Naruto raised his swords again and watched the last of his clones getting destroyed. Still, they had inflicted more casualties on their enemies, which was a bonus in his books. But now he knew his defeat was certain, even his death. Still, one good thing was still left before him. A chance to avenge his dear brother, for if he was to die today, then he was taking Tobirama with him. Both fighters stepped closer as the enemy army now formed a circle around them. Sensing Tobirama's furious gaze and killing intent, none of his allies tried to intervene, which was a relief for Naruto. "Ready to die, kinslayer?" asked Tobirama coldly, raising his own sword, which also now cackled with lightning, much to Naruto's surprise. He flung the ordinary sword in his hand aside, for it would be useless against Tobirama's own dangerous weapon. Now they would both spar, Naruto with his great ancestral weapon and Tobirama with his own holy blade. "Dance with me, then," taunted Naruto with a smirk. Tobirama grimly nodded before they both charged forward, clashing their swords, sending wild sparks of lightning everywhere, with some even hitting careless Inuzuka who were stupid enough to stand too close. Tobirama winced at the injuries to his own allies and was further irritated when Naruto mocked him for it. Tobirama used all his strength to land every powerful swing of his sword across his enemy's body. However, the Kinslayer was very quick on his feet and even quicker with the movement of his sword, which he used to deflect every blow. Deciding to go on the offensive, Naruto forced a vertical slash towards Tobirama's head, which the Senju blocked with his own weapon, which left him wide open as Naruto suddenly jumped, delivering a brutal kick on Tobirama's armor that sent the Senju crashing away, while the Kinslayer flipped in the air while performing a set of hand seals quickly. Lightning style. Electromagnetic murder. A maniacal laugh escaped from Naruto's lips as he watched the sheer horror that spread in Tobirama's eyes, watching his own allies being electrified before his very eyes. Naruto didn't relent and continued to shoot bolts of lightning from his hands that were powerful enough to even hurt Kurama. Against the lightly armored Senjus and their allies, the attack was a death blow and a dozen more were sent crashing away. Their lives already ended before they even hit the ground. The carnage would have continued had Tobirama not made his move urgently. Water style. Water dragon. Naruto was quite impressed when Tobirama used the water present in the air and turned it into a monstrous dragon with menacing yellow eyes. But by then he had also decided and acted on his counter move. Fire style. Fire dragon. He so dearly wished his father and their clansmen could see him unleashing bright red flames from his mouth and shaping them into the image of a roaring fire dragon. They had all despised him for not being able to use fire jutsu naturally, but after years of training he was at least good enough to perform some decent moves. Although pale in comparison to the things Madara could do with fire, Naruto liked to think his elder brother would be happy with his progress. As both dragons of opposite nature clashed, a heavy mist spread across the area. Naruto again realized he had a chance to flee in this short confusion, but he also knew most of the enemy forces were here because of the threat he posed. If he ran away, then these same enemy forces would pursue his Uchiha allies, his Kinsguard comrades and Nauri. And he couldn't allow any more of his people to die. Even if they hated or despised him, they were still his family and that was all there was to it. So he used that short chaos to wreak more carnage across the battlefield by silently creeping upon unaware enemies and slicing their throats. He used genjutsu to trick the alarmed fighters into harming their own allies, which only made him laugh. But his fun didn't last long as a wild gust of wind dispersed the mist and he found himself again surrounded by enemies, albeit fewer than they were before. Tobirama saw the 36 more soldiers that Naruto had killed in the confusion and grimaced. This victory was going to be very costly. But it also made one fact clear to him. Naruto Uchiha was stronger than him. He could continue to engage the man, but it would not stop Naruto from causing chaos and killing more of Tobirama's supporters. And enough had already died on this front not to forget those who could have died on the other two flanks. He had to put an end to all this senseless death. Setting his pride aside, he gave a subtle nod to his army. Naruto's eyes widened when he saw dozens of enemies performing a quick set of hand seals and all of them were looking at him. Dozens of fireballs, water bullets, wind cutters, lightning bolts, and even giant rocks were hurled at his position. He allowed them to assume that he was done for before at the last second he made a quick hand seal. Kawurimi. Tobirama cursed out loud when he felt a violent force pulling him, so sure he was of his victory that the chakra going through his feet was not enough to resist against the monstrous pull. Before he could blink, he appeared right into the spot the Kinslayer once stood. He just had enough time to see the army of attacks that had been launched by his own clansmen before they hit him. Naruto collapsed brutally against the ground where Tobirama once stood as he heard the blood-curdling scream of the Senju with whom he had replaced himself at the last minute. By the time the dust settled, he found Tobirama smeared in burns and deep cuts across his entire body. The white-haired Senju spat blood and the same liquid leaked out of a dozen wounds from his body as he fell to his knees before crashing gracelessly across the forest ground, staining it crimson. The Senjus and their allies watched in horror as their finest warrior fell, the victim of trickery. Sensing the boiling hate and madness, Naruto quickly jumped towards Tobirama's slumped body and was relieved as well as furious to see the Senju was still alive if only barely. He caught sight of the enemy army about to move forward in fury and quickly got up on his feet before planting his sword right ahead of Tobirama's head, marking a clear line. You can kill me, but he dies with me. Then answer Hashirama how you got one of his brothers killed and the other hanging near death. I'm sure it would be quite an interesting conversation, suggested Naruto with an arrogant smile. He's already a dead man. You think us fools? We know you'll kill him even if we retreat. Spat Sarutobi furiously. Every cell inside his body was telling him to kill Tobirama. His brother would have done it. But the rational part of his mind knew how important a hostage he could be not to forget even a valuable source of information on the Senjus and their plans. In that way, he was more important that Itama Senju for Tobirama was considered to be Hashirama's top officer. Whatever his thoughts on the Senjus and their allies, one thing Naruto admired was the fact that they respected and actually cared for their comrades. Something which the Uchihas lacked to some extent. Both clans were just as worse despite what either side claimed. However, the Senjus looked after their friends and in return those friends looked after the Senjus. We don't trust you. Everyone knows you hate Tobirama. Spat Senju bitterly. Yes, I hate him for killing my brother. But ending this conflict ensures the safety of my people and that of Hashirama's most trusted brother. Now make your choice, I am prepared, declared Naruto, as he picked up his sword and placed it just above Tobirama's head. He saw the conflict in their eyes clearly. They didn't trust him not to kill Tobirama, which was quite justified for he didn't even trust himself not to do it. But if he was to turn this battle around and make sure his faction didn't lose all they had gained, then he had to sacrifice his personal vendetta. It was hard and quite bitter for him, but the lives of his people mattered more than his pride. Finally, one of the older Senjus with stark gray hair stepped forward and stared at him with a resigned look in his eyes. I can see in your eyes that you seek death. You have nothing left to lose, but we do. We shall retreat for now and inform Hashirama of this, proposed the older Senju calmly. Tell him if he wants his brother back alive then he has to relinquish any alliance with the Yamanaka or Hitaki. Their lands and clans belong to the Uchiha now. Do this and he'll get his brother back alive, promised Naruto hesitantly, and clenched his fists shut to suppress his boiling rage at himself. It was the right thing to do, but gods it was hard. What assurance do you give us in return? Asked the Senju patiently. Naruto glanced at his surroundings and realized he had nothing with himself that could serve as a reassurance to the Senjus. A proof of his word. Then he glanced at his ancestral sword, Dan. His breath stopped as he knew what he had to do. The sword had been a part of him for all these years, had given him victories unmatched. The history of the Uchiha was inside this sword right from Indra to Naruto himself. A priceless heirloom, the only gift his father had ever given him. Closing his eyes, he tossed the sword towards the Senjus and heartbreakingly watched as one of them caught it. He knelt down and now placed a kunai at Tobirama's throat and saw the older Senju glance at the priceless weapon. That sword is my life and the pride of my clan. As long as you have it, Tobirama will live, said Naruto icily. Even the Senjus and their allies gasped in surprise at the ancient weapon. Not only was it powerful and contained the history of the elemental nations, it was also worth more than 2 mountains of gold. One of the few valuable things the Uchihas still possessed from the old days. Naruto knew he would be further reviled for giving such a priceless heirloom as leverage. But he had no choice and it was not as if people would hate him less after today. But if it secured a victory, then it was worth it. The older Senju glanced at him before giving a reluctant nod. That will suffice for now. Keep him alive, Kinslayer. Or you shall face Hashirama's wrath, and let me warn you there is nothing more dangerous in this world than Hashirama's fury. It is that fury that compels us to accept this ceasefire. Warned the Senju. Understood, replied Naruto curtly. He stood guard even when the Senju army turned back and started their march back home. Only when they were out of sight did Naruto finally kneel down and check on his prisoner. Tobirama looked so close to death that it would be a mercy if Naruto crushed his throat. Not today. With a resigned sigh, he again glanced suspiciously at his surroundings and used his sensory powers, but he felt no presence other than his own and Tobirama's. He walked ahead and picked up the common sword he had thrown aside before and made a shadow clone who placed Tobirama on his shoulders. When that was done, his eyes turned towards his final destination. The Yamanaka settlement. He remembered the promise he had made to that clan, but they had not heeded his warning and betrayed his people. Faint raindrops fell from the skies, and soon enough it turned into a heavy downpour, as if the heavens themselves wept for the carnage that was about to happen. Itama Yamanaka bitterly watched as his precious town was now turned into a battlefield courtesy of the Uchiha and the Hitaki forces. Despite the dire circumstances, the enemy army had came running back only to find Naori Uchiha protected by the Kinsguard. The Uchiha matriarch had been fast enough to escape the castle before the Yamanaka guards could kill her, but instead of fleeing she had chosen to fight. A fight that had been going on for quite some time with no sign of an end. Even though the Yamanaka had numbers on their side, the Kinsguard still managed to cut a bloody path through their forces. The only solace Itama had was the fact that Naruto Uchiha must have perished on the battlefield by now, and without him this resistance wouldn't last long. Another source of Itama's problems was the wild fox who was butchering dozens of his clansmen with laughing ease. Some of his people had been stupid enough to attack the beast, and it had retaliated with thrice the force. My lord, Itama was forced to turn his attention towards the eastern side of the town where one of his guards was pointing. And what he saw froze his heart. Naruto Uchiha stood there with a clone of his who brutally dropped an injured ninja on the ground. Itama's eyes widened on seeing it was Tobirama Senju himself. He remembered this boy's words from that night, and judging from the sheer fury in his eyes. "Stop him now!" shouted Itama in alarm. His personal guard moved to intercept the blood-stained boy who himself charged ahead. Itama cringed when within seconds Naruto made quick work of his enemies before marching towards Itama. The clan head performed a quick set of hand seals but had to duck when Naruto threw his sword straight at Itama's head. By the time Itama recovered, the Kinslayer had used a shunshin to appear right in front of him. Alarmed, Itama sent a kick towards Naruto's armored chest, and when the blow connected, something unexpected happened. Naruto didn't move an inch. He's channeling great chakra to keep his hold on the ground. Itama cried out in agony when the Kinslayer punished him for that mistake by connecting a solid blow to Itama's knees, the disgusting sound of bones cracking and Itama's scream drawing the attention of the fighting armies nearby. Naruto moved quickly by first breaking the Itama's remaining leg, followed by the man's arms, and finally connected a solid blow to his family jewels. By the time he was done, the Yamanaka clan head was gasping and moaning in pain. "It's time I keep my promise," whispered Naruto reluctantly. The Yamanaka fighters tried to come to their clan head's rescue but were fiercely pushed back when Kurama got in the way. Naruto ignored the commotion and all the eyes that were on him and instead dragged Itama through the dirty streets by his collar before arriving towards a pole hanging in the town square. Without a word, he grabbed Itama and slammed the man against the wooden pole and quickly tied ninja wire around his body to keep him chained there. "What are you doing?" gasped Itama Yamanaka in horror. Naruto stepped away from the man, and when he looked back at the blonde older man he just asked one question. "What are my clan's words?" Itama started to struggle against his restraints as a new kind of fear overcame his heart. His supporters were trying their best to get to him, but Kurama was not in the mood for leniency. Certainly not against fools who tried to rape his mind. There was no mercy or hesitation in Naruto's heart as he weaved through a set of hand seals and at the last second saw Itama cry out for mercy. But it was too late. Fire style. Dragon flame bomb. Itama Yamanaka's scream tore across his entire settlement as the fierce flames washed over him. His fine blonde hair caught fire and so did the rest of his body. The man screamed and screamed, his melting eyes pleading with the boy before him to end his suffering. Stone-faced Naruto watched the man burn alive before his very eyes. He didn't need to turn back in order to see the horror and fear that was spreading across the Yamanaka forces. He felt all their emotions and he knew after this people would only fear and hate him even more. But he had promised to burn them alive if they disobeyed his commands or betray the Uchiha, and they had done just that under the command of this man. He had to enforce his promise no matter how much it repulsed him, or their enemies would never take the Uchiha seriously. Burning a clan head like Itama of such an ancient and prestigious clan was going to send tremors across the elemental nations. Naruto's hands threatened to tremble as the burning man's screams got louder and more painful. But he didn't look away even as he watched the flesh burn and melt from Itama's entire body. He stared back at the man blankly. He didn't know how much time passed before Itama's screams turned into painful moans and into desperate sobs before his head finally slumped, making Naruto close his eyes in relief. He could have ended the man's suffering, but it wouldn't have enforced his message fully. The lone tear that fell from his eyes being the sole proof of his own sadness and revulsion before he masked his emotions and turned to face the Yamanaka fighters with his burning Sharingan eyes. Sounds of steel crashing to the ground echoed across the ground as one after another every Yamanaka fighter threw down their weapons, horror and fear ever present in their eyes as they watched the charred form of their clan head. They would never forget his screams nor the scale of retribution the Uchiha were capable of. Fire and blood. Thunder rumbled across the skies with heavy rains cleansing the blood-stained lands. The smoke and ash along with the souls of all the dead being taken to the afterlife. And Naruto watched them all, every life he ended today. All of them ascending out of this painful world to something better. They had all lived and died as true warriors regardless of their allegiances. For a moment he felt the faces of his 3 dead brothers staring at him. They were smiling at him, waving their hands as an invitation for him to join them. He wanted nothing more than to join them after today, to escape from this insufferable world where he faced and committed atrocities every day. A world where killing was as regular as drinking water. To end this battle he had crippled a man's young brother, beaten the same man to a bloody pulp and took him hostage, and now burned another man alive. It had ended the battle with the surrender before him, the very proof of that. His clan was victorious despite all the odds and betrayal they had faced. And yet he felt more defeated than ever. His people and the Hitakis survived, but what he did would haunt him for the rest of his life. When he looked in Kurama's eyes, the fox had neither sympathy or pity in his eyes, something for which Naruto was thankful for. However, neither did the beast have any anger or repulsion in his eyes for Naruto's actions. The same could not be said for the Yamanaka or even Naruto's own clansmen and allies alike. He started his march back towards the forests in order to be away from all these people, this town, from everything. People parted away from him as if he was the plague itself, including his kinsguard and his aunt, but he didn't blame them. The fox wordlessly joined beside him, making Naruto glance at him sadly. There are no victors here. Chapter 11. The Soul. 2 days later, Hashirama Senju pensively sat in his chambers, his vacant eyes blankly staring at an empty piece of paper through which he could sign a deal that would prevent his side from gaining the support of 2 of the most noble and prestigious clans. In front of him, his only sister paced restlessly, her face a mask of righteous fury. He had never imagined Tsunade to develop into the warrior she was today. She was the epitome of power and grace mixed together. In his opinion, she was probably the most powerful kunoichi and second best medic in the Land of Fire. He often wondered where that little girl he had carried on his shoulders disappeared to be replaced by a 15-year-old young woman who stood 5 feet 9 inches tall before him. Her blonde hair had grown longer, now almost reaching her back, in which she kept tied in a fine ponytail. Her skin was fairer than all of her brothers except for Tobirama, and she had all the womanly curves including her generous chest. Many men had fallen to her charms only to have their necks slit when she turned on them. Most of all, her temper was more dangerous than any of her siblings, and right now she looked ready to draw blood. He glanced at the older Senju man in the room, one who had brought him the message from the Uchihas. Kota Senju was an old man who had seen enough warfare to last 3 generations. He had served Hashirama's grandfather as a young boy, Hashirama's father as an experienced fighter, and Hashirama himself as a war veteran, and right now the same man was glancing at the map of the Land of Fire territory, and Hashirama was worried to see that the Uchiha who controlled the north were now rapidly expanding their territory and influence. Their army was larger than that of Hashirama because of all the smaller clans they had gathered. And now they threatened to take the Yamanaka and Hitaki as well, which would be a dangerous blow to Hashirama's side. Most of all, they had captured Tobirama, and it worried Hashirama every second. "What do they say of Naruto Uchiha in the north?" asked Hashirama curiously, making his sister glance at Kota as well. The older man looked at them for a moment before glancing at the Uchiha's ancestral weapon resting on Hashirama's desk. The Senju siblings didn't miss the older man shivering for a second as he recalled some bad memory. "They call him the young dragon. They say he rides into battle on the back of a giant fox, some say he can turn into a fox himself. And he's the greatest swordsman I have ever seen, confessed Koda without hesitation, earning a derisive snort from Tsunade. The kinslayer is just one man, dismissed Tsunade, and was surprised when Koda shook his head. A man who has won every battle he's fought, my princess, warned Koda. Hashirama was still surprised when his people and allies alike called Tsunade a princess. Granted, the Senjus were one of the two most ancient and most powerful families, but they were not royalty like the Fire Daimyo. And yet they called her princess, giving her that much respect and love. But then again, his sister had always been the favorite of their people because of being the only daughter of their father. What happened there, Koda? Asked Hashirama patiently, wanting to hear the complete account of their defeat. We went in according to the plan. Tobirama suggested, attacking the Uchiha on all fronts. Apart from Naruto himself, his kinsguard had taken up command of the flanks and they wreaked havoc on our forces. That group is no less dangerous than their leader and would have killed many more of our own if they had not been ordered to fall back by Naruto himself. As for the boy, he fought valiantly, and when surrounded by our forces he chose to stay behind, allowing his surviving comrades a chance to flee. We tried to overwhelm him, but he was very powerful, but more than that, he's smart. He killed hundreds of our ninjas before taking Tobirama hostage at the last moment. We couldn't continue the attack without the risk of him killing Tobirama, explained Koda briefly. You should have saved my brother, Koda. The kinslayer was alone and there were hundreds of you, snapped Tsunade, for she remembered how badly injured Itama had been when he was brought back, all thanks to the kinslayer. And now another of her brothers was captured by that same man, and only gods knew what the butcher was doing to her poor brother. My princess, you cannot intimidate a man who seeks death. I saw it in his eyes, the desire to die, and he would have gladly done it if we attacked. And I assure you, he would have chopped off Tobirama's head before we killed him. That was not a price I was willing to pay, clarified Koda honestly, and prepared himself for a long argument when Tsunade looked about to protest again until one voice stopped them both. Enough. Hashirama's calm but commanding voice made both Senjus stop bickering and glance at their clan leader. Yet Tsunade was not finished, and she approached her eldest brother and knelt by his side, even taking his hands in her own, and looked at him pleadingly. Give me the men, brother. I'll save Tobirama, promised Tsunade, unable to hide the worry and fear in her heart for the life of her captured brother. No matter her anger, she loved her family probably even more than Hashirama. But then again, Tsunade didn't have the burden of command on her shoulders. So, he patted her cheek like the young sister she was and gave her a kind smile. I cannot lose any more of my siblings. Nor do I want to lose more men, admitted Hashirama gently. Then come with us. No matter how strong the kinslayer is, he is no match for you, encouraged Tsunade, and was frustrated when Hashirama shook his head. It will only lead to more bloodshed, and Naruto Uchiha is a fine commander who will make us bleed heavily for that victory, and enough of our men have already died. I just got word the Yamanaka have officially surrendered and allied with the Uchiha. The boy burned their clan head alive, and his supporters put the rest of the Yamanaka leadership to the sword. There is no way either Yamanaka or Hitaki will join us now. And I will not kill Madara's last and youngest brother, declared Hashirama. Tsunade clenched her hands away from his and looked at him with fury and disappointment evident in her hazel eyes. More than that, Hashirama also spotted revulsion in her eyes at the actions of Naruto Uchiha. He's not your friend anymore, brother. Whatever bond you two shared all those years ago, he forsake it. Yelled Tsunade angrily, but felt guilty when she saw the raw pain in his eyes on that remark. It still was beyond her belief that her eldest brother and Madara had actually been good friends a few years ago. Neither of them had known each other's true identity, and from the happy smile that always arrived on his face on remembering those days, Tsunade knew Hashirama treasured them dearly. But it all had fallen apart when they both learned each other's true identity. Madara had been repulsed by the truth, and the bond he shared with the Senju was shattered. Madara had walked away, but Hashirama was still waiting at the crossroads for his friend to return back to him. If I kill Madara's last brother, none of us shall survive the storm he would bring into our lives. That boy is the last line of defense holding back Madara's sanity. If he dies, then there shall never be peace between our families, explained Hashirama seriously. My lord, The Uchiha have never desired peace with us. They shall not stop until they have destroyed us and our allies completely, advised Koda, and frowned when Hashirama glanced at him and Tsunade with a smile on his face. Peace is possible, Koda. If we are so passionate about fighting, then I am equally passionate about peace. My father never wanted it, nor his father before him, but I do. And I, Hashirama Senju, am the head of this clan. Tsunade shivered and stepped back on seeing the determined gaze of her brother hiding behind that smile of his. Her eldest brother was kind of hard and a friendly person, but everyone including his siblings knew there was no stopping him if he decided on something fully. I shall rescue my brother and resolve this conflict without further bloodshed, informed Hashirama. How? Asked Tsunade with a frown. In response, her brother got up from his chair and grabbed Dan, the Uchiha ancestral sword, from his desk. When he started marching towards the exit, both Tsunade and Koda were forced to follow after him. Prepare our escort. We march for the capital. Naruto felt the winds rush past him as he galloped across the dense forests of the Land of Fire on the back of his giant fox friend. They had been riding for 2 days now with only a minimal amount of rest in their journey. Not many words were spoken and neither there was need for them. Kurama had been quite surprised when Naruto asked to visit the Amaterasu temple built by Indra Uchiha himself in the honor of the ancient goddess. While most noble clans and people alike followed the new gods, the Uchihas were the only family who kept faith with the old gods. But never had the fox taken Naruto to be a devout man. The boy had more reason than most to detest the gods and their existence for the several injustices he had to face in life. But when the battle against the Senjus ended and when Itama Yamanaka burned to his death, Kurama had seen something had broken inside of Naruto. And he could only hope the temple now arriving in front of them could provide his friend the help he needed. Not many would understand what Naruto did in the battle had saved lives, of both enemies and allies alike. But those actions weighed heavily on his consciousness. Kurama carried his only human friend upwards the hundreds of high steps and deposited him at the gates of the temple. One of the unique things the fox observed was the lack of presence of any men here. The outer compound was full of several priestesses and their servant girls. Even the guards were female warriors, and if he recalled correctly, these were a warrior group of women who actually fought and won against men, taking their defeated prisoners and proposing them to either die by the sword or give their seed to the woman. If the union produced a boy, then he would be given to the father, and if it was a girl, then she would be raised by the mother to either become a priestess or warrior who defended this ancient temple. Located between the Senju and Uchiha borders, this place of worship had not been harmed by either side because the Uchihas were followers of the old gods and the Senjus respected religion enough not to do violence against its practitioners. Only true warriors were allowed to visit this temple, and Naruto was one of them. The boy got off Kurama's back and looked at his friend with the unasked question in his eyes. Go on. I don't worship these gods of yours when I am practically one myself, boasted the beast with a smug grin. Naruto's lips curved into his usual sarcastic smirk, and Kurama was relieved to see that side of him after so much time. The boy had been so quiet after what he had to do for their victory. He again surprised the fox by kneeling down and embracing Kurama in a firm hug. No man has ever had or will ever have a friend like you, Kurama. Thank you for being there, whispered Naruto. Kurama fought back his own tears at those kind and heartwarming words. No one had ever said something so nice to him after the Rikudo Sennin. Everyone who ever saw him only called him a monster. After what happened to his siblings, he had drifted aimlessly in this world, and only his duty to keep watch over the Uchiha had prevented him from becoming a mad dog. But Naruto was different. When men would have been afraid of Kurama and his power, this boy was not at all intimidated. He befriended Kurama, looked after him, protected and shielded him even if Kurama was capable of protecting himself. Never had Naruto asked him to fight his battles, yet Kurama had fought for this boy. Because despite not wanting to, he had came to love this boy just the way he had loved Indra once before he went astray. Naruto was so much like the boy Kurama had once loved and devoted himself to, but at the same time he was different. Something more. When they parted, Naruto gave him a small grateful smile before getting back on his feet and walking towards the temple. Kurama still watched him and was proud to see that despite so many beautiful priestesses around him, the boy only nodded back at them respectfully. Despite what the boy claimed, Kurama knew Naruto tried to adhere to his own sense of morals and honor. It set him apart from his Uchiha family, yet Kurama had always felt an aura of melancholy around the boy. He was born in tragedy because of the death of his mother who died trying to give him life, the same way Indra's mother died giving birth to Ashura. Kurama remembered Indra being the same as this boy in some matters. The only thing separating them was the fact that Naruto was jovial and sarcastic. But the aura of tragedy and sadness was ever present in his life just as Indra had in his own. The Uchiha founder had dearly loved his family once just like Naruto did with his own. Indra had been just as protective of his brother and family like Naruto even if those same people detested him for his skill and personality. But in the end, in Indra's eyes that same family betrayed him. The man's own father robbed him of his rightful position as successor. It was another matter that Indra didn't have the personality to make men love and follow him. Ashura himself usurped what was lawfully Indra's and that started a war that had never ended till this day. Being the few who knew the boy's truth, Kurama couldn't help but see the similarities. Naruto had always been hated and looked down upon by his father. Tajima even robbed his own son of his rights just as the Rikudo Sennin did with Indra. The Uchiha themselves hated Naruto just as many of the Rikudo Sennin's followers detested Indra for his strict style of ruling. The only thing stopping Naruto from being the Indra of this cycle was Madara and Naori's love. It kept the boy sane despite all he had done and endured, but Kurama was now seeing cracks that had started to develop in Naruto's impregnable armor. He could only hope the boy didn't follow in the footsteps of his ancestors because if that happened, Kurama was duty-bound to kill him. And it would break the beast's heart forever and shatter his last shred of hope in humanity itself. Naruto knelt before the altar with his attentive eyes staring at the large statue of a woman dressed in fine silk and wearing a shining crown on her head which was bright enough to match the rays of the sun. No wonder she was called the goddess of the sun. In her hands, she held a collection of flowers and in another she held a great sword. Even if the statue was made of stone, he actually felt as if he was standing before the goddess himself. And it made him feel small and insignificant. He could still see Itama Yamanaka burning alive whenever he closed his eyes, could still hear the man screaming in his dreams. Granted, he had burned many enemies with his fire attacks in battles, but to voluntarily burn a man alive with a single purpose of cowering his supporters was not something he had ever done. "What brings you here before the goddess, stranger?" He turned towards the soft and kind voice and despite his control over his emotions, he couldn't help but marvel the beauty before him. The only thing that stopped him from blushing was her priestess robes and her sole-armed female bodyguard who glared at him. Still, Naruto turned back towards the woman and noticed she had waist-length black hair tied in a ponytail and sharp green eyes. She was beautiful with feminine grace and it made his heart skip a few beats. But then he remembered his oath towards his father and averted his eyes from her mesmerizing face. He vaguely heard her dismissing her bodyguard before she knelt beside him and prayed to the goddess. A comfortable silence stretched between them as Naruto thought about his next course of action. This temple was famous among warriors broken from war. It was known for its kind and caring priestesses who helped lost men and women find their way in life. It was a selfless order kept safe by the fierce female clan of warriors called Nadisha. The only thing they asked in return was whatever the visitors felt comfortable in giving. Some gave charity in form of food, water and clothing. Some gave weapons. Few women even joined the Order of Holiness after enduring war their entire lives. And a handful men also gave the Nadisha clan children to continue their clan. He wondered what would be asked of him to give. She must have recognized his look as she gave him a kind smile. She was older than him by a few years. "You are safe here," she promised, and despite his ninja nature he felt he could trust her. "My name is Naruto Uchiha," he said hesitantly, unsure of unlearning his identity if she would hate him for he had done many wrongs in life. And in the eyes of the gods he was a sinner, the worst one bearing the name Kinslayer. "And I am Shizuka Nadisha," she replied with that same gentle smile. If she recognized him she did very well in hiding her hatred if she had any. He gave her a respectful bow which earned a melodious laughter from her which brought a smile to his own face despite his troubled heart. "You are a noble, aren't you?" she asked curiously. "How would you know?" he questioned back with the same curiosity. "I have been observing you from the moment you arrived." Most men who come here are often distracted by the beauty of the priestesses and warrior women alike. It is why they often end up fighting our guards and be beaten. The good ones are allowed to provide us our next generation. But you were different. Never once did you look at any woman the wrong way. Even now you show me the proper respect, and your only purpose here is the one with the goddess, she answered. Naruto was stunned. To think she could learn so much about him in just a short span of time. This was no ordinary woman. You have a broken heart, she said with a sad smile. He had heard rumors about the ability of a few priestesses who claimed to have glimpses of the future and know the true soul of every human being on meeting them. Never had he believed in those rumors, but Shizuka's gaze was so intense that he felt she could unveil his darkest mysteries in moments. Yet she continued despite his alarmed expression. You were born in tragedy amidst tears, blood and fire. I see great joy and great loss to have occurred the moment you took your first breath. And I see a smile on your face the day you breathe your last, she whispered. Naruto, despite not wanting to believe her words, couldn't help but find quite a lot of truth in what she said to him. He had been born in tears, blood and fire. Tears of joy and sorrow from his mother and family respectively. Blood from the life Hikari Uchiha sacrificed to give him his own, and fire for the family he was born in. The Uchiha, descendants of dragons. People often said even in her dying moments, his mother had been overjoyed on seeing her last and youngest child. The son she had worked hard and bore so much pain to give life. Yet it was also the day his father truly smiled for the last time. Even his brothers had been saddened on watching their mother die. And the last part had been his secret wish. To die a happy and content man who did all he could for his family and his brother. Never had he shared his wish with anyone, not even Kurama. And yet this woman. He looked around the temple and only now he felt an aura he had never felt before. His great ancestor, Indra, had built this place, and in some way Naruto felt more connected to him here than anywhere else. I have sinned, priestess, admitted Naruto, earning a nod from her. There is not one man who could claim he hasn't, she pointed gracefully, which did make him feel a bit better if only for a moment before his dark memories came back to haunt him. How can I forgive myself for the things I have done? How would the gods, if they exist, forgive me for my crimes? He asked hesitantly. He knew what kind of person he was, and in the eyes of the Almighty he was perhaps the worst of humanity. Shizuka stayed silent for several long moments while staring at Amaterasu's statue standing tall before them both. God forgives all his children eventually. He made us in his image, and despite all our crimes, we all have some good in us that we inherited from God. Even if you believe yourself a sinner, there must be some good things you have done in your life, she suggested patiently. A few, he said reluctantly, making her smirk. Then forgive yourself while trying to do the best you can for yourself and those whom you care about. Live the life the way you want and not how others want you to. And let the gods be the judge when you meet them in heaven, she advised, and was not surprised when he snorted. After the things I have done, I don't think heaven would be the ideal place for me, he joked with his usual sarcastic grin. But her firm stare unnerved him a little and made his grin falter. Maybe it was him, but were her eyes shining brighter than before? What do you truly desire in life, Naruto Uchiha? She asked seriously. He pondered her question in his mind, and the usual answer about duty to his clan and family were ever present. But there were other wishes as well, those he had buried a long time ago. In the end he decided to let go of some of his burden in this holy place, no matter how foolish it sounded. I want to be loved. He averted his gaze from her piercing stare, for he knew she would laugh at his childish desire. He was no longer the young boy from his past who needed affection. He was a man now, and his father had always said men were like rocks. Unbowed, unbent, unbroken. Men were the pillar of the society. They were the leaders to whom humanity looked up to for guidance and stability. Still, she never laughed at him or gave a funny remark which made him look back at her with surprise evident in his eyes. I see 3 instances in your life, Naruto Uchiha. Events when your soul will be tested, and what decisions you make then will affect your life and this world as well. And at the same time, I see great darkness in you waiting to consume you. Day by day your faith in this world is falling apart, and at this rate even your love for your family will not stop you from becoming the destroyer of this world, revealed Shizuka in a grave voice. Shivers passed across his entire body on her words. And yet she didn't look to be finished. Or you can be the savior of this world, but only if you become the man you are truly meant to be. Whatever choice you make, Know this, that the world shall remember you for a very long time." He clenched his fists on hearing her words, which only added further to his problems. But he would not allow himself to fall into believing prophecies, for a man shaped his own destiny, not the gods. Shizuka must have realized his thoughts as she placed a comforting hand on his shoulder. "When you already know that you are the architect of your own life, why bind yourself in chains?" He stared at her in shock, for all his problems and worries had been resolved in those simple words. All this time he had imagined the world to be against him when he himself had been the one to do it. He never wanted titles, wealth, or even leadership. All he wanted was, "Be happy, little brother." He closed his eyes, holding back the tears as his dead brother's last words came back to him. Even with his dying breath, Izuna had wished for him to be happy, knowing that was all Naruto had ever wanted. Shizuka now stepped before him and offered him her hand, which he took and raised himself back on his feet. There was a knowing smile on her face, and he couldn't help but return it with a relieved one of his own. "Now what do you want?" she asked curiously. "I want to have a family, for my people to respect and love me again, to bring an end to this bloody war, and have justice for my brothers, and protect the ones I love. That is all I ever wanted," he confessed, earning a nod from her. "Then you will have it all, but only if you work for it with all your heart. I see something truly unique in you. Don't let others dictate your life. Seize control and become the sun of your own life, just as Goddess Amaterasu is the sun of all our lives," advised Shizuka. He surprised her when he respectfully knelt before her and bowed his head. "Thank you," she smiled and made him rise back on his feet. "I did my duty as the goddess would have wanted me to," replied Shizuka politely, and saw he was not satisfied with her answer this time. "Still, I must insist to provide something in return for the peace you have given me," said Naruto honestly. Shizuka looked at him for several long moments, and why did he feel she was checking him out in a way not appropriate for a priestess? But then again, there was no written law that forbade these women of God from living their mortal lives to the fullest extent. These Nadisha people were quite strange indeed. He was surprised when she came forward and laid a hand on his cheek, making him realize a small stubble had started to grow there already. There was something intense burning in her eyes that drew him closer to her, and suddenly he was exposed to her appeasing sweet smell that was similar to blue roses. "How about this?" She raised an eyebrow when he blushed heavily at her intended suggestion. "I haven't done it before," he stammered in embarrassment. "Truly? Someone handsome like you would have women swooning over him," remarked Shizuka without shame, further adding to his embarrassment. "Or do you swing the other way?" Naruto choked harshly and had to cough several times, earning another melodious laughter from her remark and further to his embarrassment. Something within him ignited at that moment, a fire in his heart that was worthy of his dragon blood. He was not willing to use Makoto, who was infatuated with him. She was a beautiful woman, but more than that, she was a good person, and he didn't doubt she would ever refuse him should he need her body to comfort or pleasure him. But he would not endanger her by doing so. But a casual fling with a willing and attractive partner didn't sound bad. And somehow betting a priestess ignited the wild side of his that he kept in check all these years. "Are you sure?" he asked her one last time. His response was a passionate kiss. Kurama had to wait until nightfall for his friend to return, and when he saw him, he knew something had changed. Naruto walked taller and prouder than before. The guilt still lingered in his eyes, but along with that, Kurama also saw fierce determination. A man burning with passion, whose every stride made the ground beneath him tremble a little, made every passerby glance at him awe and fear both. He saw him going into this temple as a broken boy, but now he saw a grown man returning. The beast's eyes somehow drifted towards the temple top, where he saw a woman staring at Naruto's retreating form. Kurama blinked. Could it be? It was hard to tell when Naruto masked his emotions so perfectly, but he did smell a scent on his friend that was not his own. And it laid quite heavy on his body, which confirmed what Kurama had suspected. And he made sure to remind his friend of that. "You defied your father," stated Kurama, and was stunned when Naruto looked back at him without a flinch. Yes, Kurama had known this boy for years now, and nothing had made him hesitate more than to defy Tajima Uchiha and his orders. Yet the Naruto he stared at right now was not someone who was going to accept the things laid out before him. There was a fire in his eyes, the will to accomplish his dreams he had as a boy. Ones which were lost in the tragedies of his life. And he was going to burn anyone who got in his way. "She could get pregnant," Naruto warned Kurama, for he was quite aware the retribution Tajima would wreak on his son for defying his order of never maintaining any kind of relationship with any women. The man was even more ruthless than his own sons, which was saying something. I know, again with the short and cryptic answers which made Kurama growl and Naruto to finally stare at him straight with his hard eyes. If it's a girl, she will either stay with her or come to me. If it's a boy, I shall raise him, and if neither happens, then I'll consider this my first step in regaining all I have lost, promised Naruto. But you were forbidden from ever having a family, said Kurama seriously. The murderous glare that came in Naruto's eyes made Kurama take a step back out of caution, for it reminded him of the same rage that had came in Indra's eyes when the man's own father did him injustice. I am taking back what is mine with force if I have to. If my father tries to resist, I shall destroy his precious legacy to shreds. Long have I allowed others to roll over me. I thought things would change and that my people would turn around. That this world will become a better place, but I was wrong. If I want things to change, then I have to conquer my own problems first, explained Naruto seriously. Kurama was left speechless and couldn't help but wonder as to what must have passed between Naruto and this priestess. His friend was a secretive and strange man, taking inspirations from things most men would neither notice or understand. Even if he didn't know what truly happened, he was glad to see the boy he had met first years ago. The one who had so many dreams and ambitions in life. All these years that boy had been buried beneath the burden of family and duty, but finally the boy had died and a man was born. You plan to conquer the entire world? Asked Kurama cheekily, earning a cocky grin from his friend. If I have to. I dare say it would be quite the adventure, wouldn't you say, old friend? Asked Naruto happily. The both embraced each other with laughs before Kurama allowed Naruto to get on top of his back. He watched the Uchiha's lingering gaze still resting on the beautiful woman who was waving back at him sadly. Naruto in return gave her his own sad smile and waved back before turning his beast friend around to begin their charge back towards the Yamanaka settlement. No one should ever know about this. Not father, Naori, or even Madara or any other person, instructed Naruto. You don't trust them? Asked Kurama in surprise. For all the gods knew the boy loved his family. It's not that. We are all duty-bound towards the clan and to father. Even if they don't want to reveal this secret, father could force them. And I don't trust the old man. He may never allow me to have a family, but this way, should Shizuka ever have a child of mine, then my line and family would continue. Once father dies, then I know my brother will gladly welcome his niece or nephew into the clan. The fact that their mother was a highly respected priestess should do well in silencing any protests, clarified Naruto. You sly little bastard. I forgot you could be quite the mastermind. You really have thought this all through, and I have to assume this Shizuka is happy to be the mother of your children should she have any. I mean, you barely know each other, said Kurama with a frown, making Naruto laugh. You don't understand their culture, Fox. They seek men who are strong and good. The fact that I am handsome and of noble blood only makes me more popular. Besides, it was quite the experience, and I want to punch my father for preventing me all this time, said Naruto harshly, making Kurama laugh. Whatever you say, it's your decision. But there is some sense in this mad plan of yours. But a priestess? And that too inside the temple? Gods, you have no shame, man, mocked Kurama with a grin. He regretted those words when, without warning, Naruto activated his Sharingan and looked right into Kurama's eyes. You bastard. Naruto laughed boisterously on hearing Kurama roar in fury, and even his stomach hurt as the beast desperately tried to blink his eyes shut. As if doing so would rid him of the exact memory Naruto had placed in his mind, of Naruto and Shizuka going at it like dogs in heat for hours. Take that, you stupid fox, taunted Naruto with a smug grin. I will kill you for this disgusting nightmare you have placed in my mind. Screamed Kurama, but it only made Naruto laugh more. Then who will remove this beautiful memory from your mind? Only I and Madara can do it, and I don't think you want to ask my brother for help. So hush, you stupid fox, and run, commanded Naruto with a smirk. Kurama yelled hundreds of nasty obscenities for nearly an hour, but it only made Naruto laugh more and more until his sides started to hurt. Yet he was happy and free of the burden that had weighed heavily on his mind ever since he burned Itama Yamanaka. There would always be darkness in this world, enemies always waiting to harm him. But if he was to find true happiness, then he had to conquer it. Izuna had wished it for him with his dying breath, and if not for himself then Naruto was going to do it for his dear brother. He had to find his way back to power, respect and his place in his family no matter the cost or consequences. His encounter with Shizuka was one he was not going to ever forget, for it had truly opened his eyes in more ways than he could have imagined. But it also made him wonder about something. He had not loved Makoto or Shizuka, yet he was attracted to them for different reasons. He had maintained different kind of relationships with them, yet he didn't love them. Did that make him a heartless bastard? Or someone who was not capable of love? Either way, he doubted he could ever love any woman in his life permanently. The gods had to practically throw Shizuka at his face to make him realize many important things. Would they do the same the next time? But then again, he had not yet been bound to any woman no matter how hard they tried. Naori had always called him a wild dragon, and his actions as well as personality befit his aunt's hypothesis. The only one possible of even getting a hold on him should be more crazier or wilder than him. And those kind of morons were a rare breed in this unforgiving world. Maybe he could be a Casanova kind of bachelor? That thought was quite amusing to his young mind, for it filled his head with several enticing images. But for now he was content in basking in pure joy as Kurama yelled at him to take those memories out of his head. Next day, when he entered the borders of Yamanaka territory, he was very pleased to see a joint force of Uchiha, Hitaki and Yamanaka keeping watch. What actually surprised him was the roar of approval and cheers from not just the Hitakis, but the Uchihas as well. Even Kurama seemed surprised by this change of heart. And as they continued to march straight towards the settlement, the roar only continued to grow louder and more bolder. On everyone's lips there was just one chant: the young dragon. Naruto's throat felt dry as he remembered this same name given to him in honor of his first victory against the Senjus. Back then he had not felt anything for this title because he had lost 3 brothers for the victory. But now, for the first time in his life, he saw true respect and even admiration in the eyes of his people, and it was all for him. It was overwhelming. He had never received even a quarter of this love and cheers when he defeated the Fuma clan in single combat. But then again, they were not Senjus, and any victory against those tree huggers was enough to make any Uchiha a legend. And Naruto knew he had managed to achieve victory from the jaws of death. He had saved the lives of his clansmen, thrashed the Senjus, took Tobirama hostage, and had successfully managed to bring 2 great clans to their side. It was a great victory, probably his best till now. And he had every intention of achieving even greater ones should it give him even half of the love he was receiving right now. He had been afraid that his people and allies alike would hate him for burning Itama Yamanaka alive, but that single act had secured their victory. Could it be at that time they had just been too shocked of his action rather than be repulsed? It had to be the case, because if it wasn't, that not every Uchiha or Hitaki would be coming forward to greet and praise him. The young dragon, the young dragon, the young dragon. He rode through the town that was shaking with the loud cheers and callings of his title over and over. Had he himself been the reason for his misery all these years? Was it so easy to change his own world? But now he knew where the problem had been. It had always been just one person, Naruto himself. He had borne the guilt of killing his clansmen and his failure in saving his brothers. It made him loathe himself. And how could he expect people to love him when he didn't even love himself? How could he expect the prideful Uchiha to respect him when he himself allowed them to mock him behind his back? Had he confronted them, even punished a few severely, then perhaps they would have feared him. But they would not dare to mock him or curse him. But it was all in the past now. Seize control of your life. He remembered Shizuka's words to him, and it was only now that his shoulders stood tall and proud. His smile was infectious as he truly basked in the much-awaited love from his people. The Uchihas were a prideful clan and one who had long memories. They would never forget a slight and answer it with thrice the retribution, but they were not one to forget loyalty and sacrifice either. And he had given them both for nearly 10 years while bearing all their scorn and hate. "You made it, boy," whispered Kurama. And while the beast didn't give a rat's ass about what the Uchiha thought of his friend, he was at least relieved to see them accept Naruto for the man he was. It took 10 fucking years of misery and pain, but the moment was here. They both arrived at the Yamanaka castle to be greeted by Naori and the entire Kinsguard, along with a small force of Uchiha and Hitaki officers. When Naruto dismounted and walked towards them, he made sure to keep his emotions in check. No need to appear smug when the look in his aunt's eyes was quite grave. But he was surprised when his clansmen knelt before him and the Hitakis gave a respectful bow. Naori gave him a fierce embrace but said nothing about his absence for 3 days. He had gone away knowing she and his friends could handle it, and they had done just that and more. He had a feeling his aunt and his friends might have a hand in making their clansmen truly accept what he had done for them, even going so far as almost sacrificing his life. Still, it was just a small contingent of his large clan and allies. There were still the elders, lesser noble families, and the common Uchiha civilians and soldiers both. He would have to win their hearts too, but this was a start. He was brought out of his inner musings when Naori wordlessly passed him a scroll. And his eyes widened when he recognized the seal. The fire daimyo. Quickly he opened the letter and saw the seal was already partially broken, meaning his aunt had already read the message, and as he went through the content of the letters his smile disappeared to be replaced by a cold mask of fury. "What will you do?" asked Naori hesitantly. Naruto saw Kurama looking at him for information and decided to explain what had happened. The Senjus have went to the capital with quite a large force. It is known to everyone the daimyo favors them, but he also doesn't want to antagonize the Uchiha. The daimyo has called our side for negotiations in hopes of reaching some form of truce, explained Naruto seriously. So they ask for talks while keeping an army nearby to slaughter us should we not agree to their terms? Doesn't Hashirama realize we will kill his brother before he tries to harm one of our own? Asked Kagami furiously. They have called me to represent our clan along with a small guard detail. I doubt Hashirama will attempt something knowing any action against me means Tobirama dies, said Naruto hesitantly. It's a trap. The daimyo's in on it, spat Takeshi bitterly. You cannot ignore a royal summons from the court. Much less one from the daimyo himself. Warned Naori. Naruto somberly stared at the message directed to him and what implications it held for him. He would have assumed Hashirama wanted to negotiate with his father since Tajima was the clan head and the authority. But it seemed the Senju clan head wanted Naruto to represent his clan since it was he who defeated the Senju and currently held Tobirama captive, and not Tajima. Or was there some other purpose? He looked at his aunt, who was the politician in their family, and even she seemed wary and unable to determine the true motive behind their enemy's actions. His Grace summons you to the capital. Then you'll go to the capital. Naruto's eyes widened and his voice died in his throat as he looked at the person approaching towards him. Despite the situation, a wide smile came on his face, and breaking all sense of grace he ran towards the person. But not alone. Madara barely managed to make his promise before Naruto had engulfed him in a monstrous bear hug. Being the taller among the two, Madara lifted his sibling in the air, earning a loud chuckle from him. He finally managed to calm down his young brother and got a look at him. Gods, how many years had it been since he last saw the depressed little runt? He remembered bidding farewell to a young boy only to see a full-grown man before him. A man who had proven himself a true Uchiha and was the pride of Madara's eyes. Naruto also looked at his brother and saw Madara was a few inches taller than him, his frame broader and more muscular than Naruto. His baby fat had melted away, and despite being clean-shaven, Madara was an intimidating figure with his long shaggy black hair reaching up to his back and onyx black eyes that held the Sharingan in them. It was hard for Naruto to accept that this man was feared across the elemental nations almost at the same level as Hashirama. Probably even more, for while Hashirama was kind, Madara was ruthless. But then again, Madara had always been just his eldest brother to Naruto. Someone whom he could truly depend upon, a person who had defended him all their lives and stood for him more than anyone else. And here was his brother again, after all these years, ready to protect his sibling in his need of hour. This man was the reason Naruto had never wavered in his loyalty to the Uchiha, for he would rather die than cause Madara any harm. Even if it meant serving those who hated him, but now his brother was back and he could already feel things changing. Madara's next command to Naori was a proof of that. Call the army. Chapter 12. The Trial. Tobirama hazily stared in the darkness as he heard the lock click. His cell doors opened and he had to shield his eyes from the sudden invasion of the bright flame torch. It took him a few moments to adjust, but when he did, he saw the visitor staring at him impassively. Kinslayer. He spat, but it didn't evoke a single emotion from the Uchiha. Naruto didn't speak and instead called for a chair which the guards provided quite quickly before bowing out of the cell. He then glanced at the Senju and was satisfied to see his wounds were healing thanks to Naori's aid. Tobirama would still not be fight-worthy for another few weeks, but he wouldn't fall dead either. Senju, how is your new accommodation treating you? I hope your stay here has been comfortable. Greeted Naruto with his trademark smirk, mocking me. Are you? Asked Tobirama with a scowl. Accurate assessment. Agreed Naruto with a smile. When their barbs died down, both Uchiha and Senju glared at each other intensely for several long minutes. The tension was almost breaking the air until Tobirama spoke. I underestimated you, admitted the white-haired Senju, and was surprised when Naruto nodded. You're not the first to do so, confessed Naruto. Why haven't you killed me? Asked Tobirama flatly. You know why? Tobirama could only think of one reason as to why he was alive and why the Yamanaka as well as the Hitaki were still under the control of the Uchiha clan. Hashirama. Said Tobirama bitterly, knowing what price his brother must have paid for his life. You're an ungrateful bastard, you know that? Asked Naruto sarcastically. You don't know anything about my family. My life is not worth the loss it would mean for our clan. It would make the deaths of all those warriors meaningless if the Senju lose control over the Hitaki and Yamanaka. Said Tobirama seriously. Your brother thinks otherwise, pointed Naruto, making Tobirama slam his hands against the strong walls. He's a fool. The glare he received from Naruto made him shut his mouth and he couldn't help but wonder at the anger that arrived in the kinslayer's eyes. You're lucky, Senju. Your brother is still alive for you to call him a fool. Be grateful that you still have family that would give anything for your life. If the situations were reversed. Naruto stopped himself abruptly, but Tobirama didn't need him to finish what he wanted to say. It was clearly visible in the Uchiha's eyes. Your father would have let you die. At first he thought the Uchiha would either rebuff his claim or remain silent, but Naruto nodded much to Tobirama's surprise. Then why fight for such a family? Such a clan? Asked Tobirama curiously. For my brother? Tobirama never saw a shred of doubt in Naruto's eyes. For the first time the Senju could respect his enemy's loyalty. For Tobirama, despite his opposition to Hashirama's beliefs, would never hesitate to lay down his own life for his siblings. They both stared at each other knowing they were bitter enemies who would have seen each other dead if it was any other situation. Why are you not interrogating me for information? Asked Tobirama seriously. It's risky and can shatter your mind, leaving you a living corpse. Your brother specifically asked for you to not be harmed in any manner or else the deal was off. We have agreed to those terms, admitted Naruto reluctantly, yet I see in your eyes the desire to kill me. Remarked Tobirama, and clenched his fists when Naruto snarled at him. You killed my brother. Don't mistake this small mercy, Senju. I spared your sister's life in our very first battle. If I had known you bastards were going to kill Izuna, I would have slaughtered her. Only then you would feel the pain that I feel every day. Yelled Naruto furiously. Tobirama glared at his enemy with twice the anger and hatred. I lost a brother that day as well. Your bastard clan killed my brother Kawarama and he was more important than all your brothers. Consider yourself lucky, kinslayer, for if it was in my hands then none of your siblings or even you would have survived that day. Spat Tobirama viciously. Speak like that and I'll slit your throat right here. Warned Naruto, holding back his hands from grabbing a kunai from his pouch and finishing the deed. I'd like to see you try, challenged Tobirama with a smirk. He watched in satisfaction as Naruto fought with himself, his hatred trying to overpower his sense of reason. In the end, the Uchiha could only sigh bitterly before falling silent. Tobirama felt his own anger fade on seeing the heartbroken look in Naruto's eyes, and he didn't need to be a scientist to imagine what was on the Uchiha's mind. You loved Izuna the most in this world, even more than Madara? Suggested Tobirama knowingly. Naruto's murderous glare was all the confirmation Tobirama needed to know. One day I will kill you, Senju, promised Naruto, earning a smirk from the white-haired boy. Likewise, Uchiha, seeing that he was getting nowhere, Naruto got up and was about to exit the cell when Tobirama's question stopped him. There is more to you than what you let people see. Turning back, Naruto saw Tobirama staring at him intently, which was the motivation Tobirama needed to continue further. I imagined you to be a mad bastard. But when I saw you, that image shattered. They all call you kinslayer, a heartless bastard who couldn't remain loyal even to his own people and killed dozens of his family. A monster? But I wonder what kind of monster would sacrifice himself to save a clan who hates his very guts? Questioned Tobirama pointedly. I think this cell has made you lose the last of your sanity, chipped Naruto with a playful smirk, but Tobirama's knowing gaze didn't falter. Why did you do it? Naruto was left speechless by that question. Nobody had dared to question him on his darkest secret. Most just assumed him to be a heartless monster while others were too scared to ask it. His family knew his reasons and his friends cared enough about him not to ask. But Tobirama, despite his hatred, had seen through the mirage of lies and rumors. He had seen through Naruto's soul itself. Why did you do it? Asked the Senju again. Naruto clenched his fists as he remembered that fateful night. All those screams, all those who begged him for mercy, that madness and all that blood. Most of all he remembered those haunted eyes. Loyalty. Tobirama remained silent, pondering over that mysterious answer as the Uchiha walked out of his cell, leaving him in darkness. Naruto carefully sharpened his new temporary sword with the help of a sharp iron stone. It was tedious work tending to the blade's edge, but knowing that it could mean life and death on the battlefield made him do it without any complaint. Still, this sword was so heavy and cumbersome to move around. If not for his years of experience in sword fighting, he doubted he would have been as effective in the battle against Senjus with this blade. It made him yearn for dawn even more. The weapon was like a best friend. No matter how many foes stood against him, if he had that sword with him, then he could still win no matter the odds. There was a strange pull that drew him to the blade. Every Uchiha, no matter how good or bad, had handled that sword with great respect. Naruto had always felt some strange connection with the weapon, as if it held some great secret in it and gave him strength in his most dire hour. Dawn was a bloodthirsty blood, having feasted on the blood of thousands over the eras that passed ever since the first war broke out between the Uchihas and Senjus. It was a longsword, but still light as a feather, and its steel was coated in chakra that was rumored to be stolen from the 10 Tails by Indra himself in secret. Naruto could believe all other aspects of the sword except the last one. He had held on to that belief for as long as he could remember, until the recent battle with the Senjus. He could still remember the moment Tuka Senju's sword shattered before his own. The Senju woman was wielding a fine steel sword, probably passed down for generations in her family, and yet it had shattered like glass. Now that he remembered it, even the Fuma clan head, along with all his enemies who had wielded great ancestral swords, had almost destroyed their ancient weapons when they clashed them against Dawn. It made him hesitantly glance at the fox currently sleeping near him. Kurama. The fox opened one lazy eye on being called, but was forced to open the other one as well when he noticed Naruto's grave expression. Did the 10 Tails exist? The beast gave him such an intense stare that made Naruto want to flinch, but he defied that reaction and stared in his friend's eyes seriously. Yes. It was a holy tree which wielded the fruit of chakra every few centuries. It was forbidden to be possessed by any human. Until Kagaya Otsutsuki ate it. Naruto listened with rapt attention as Kurama regaled him the tale of the mystery woman whom most today believed to be a myth. The beast told him how Kagaya was not from their world, but some other universe, which further added to Naruto's shock. The fox told him of Kaguya's struggles, her eating the fruit, descending into madness, her desire to rule supreme over the world with an iron fist. She became the judge, jury and executioner. She gave birth to 2 sons, Hagoromo and Hamura, who rebelled against her tyranny in the future. Both brothers had to defeat not only their mother, but also the holy tree that took the form of 10 Tails in order to gain back chakra from humanity. Kurama recalled the time with a haunted look in his eyes, the war for Dawn. Kurama told him horrible tales that followed in the war, of never-ending nights when the sun was concealed as darkness took hold of the world, of lands submerging into seas, mountains breaking apart like pieces, volcanoes erupting, and most of all the birth of unholy creatures which while looked human but were not. They were something else, and the leader of those creatures was the third tainted son of Kagaya, born from her madness and hate. In the end, the Otsutsuki brothers won and Kagaya along with the Jubi were defeated. However, Hamura sacrificed his life in sealing his mother away along with the shell of the Jubi in a place that was today known as Land of Water. It was a desecrated small continent where no life grew, no people lived, and was said to be haunted by the ghosts of all those who died in the war. It was where Kagaya and the Jubi had made their final stand, So devastating was the battle that even today those lands were not suitable for habitation. Hagoromo divided the spiritual power of the Jubi into 9 beasts, the most powerful of whom was Kurama. I always knew there were more of you. But you never told me as to what happened to your brothers and sisters. Implored Naruto, and saw great sadness flash in the beast's eyes. We all scattered across the world to maintain the peace that the sage wanted, but we failed as war spread everywhere. Men tried to use us for our power, forcing my kind to hide. For centuries we remained hidden until one by one all my brothers and sisters vanished. I never heard from them again," said Kurama sadly. Naruto bit his lip, wondering as to where his family and Don fit into the war. If this is true, then the Kagaya and Hagoromo clans are our great enemies. Is that why they came for you? Asked Naruto in horror, remembering the night when he and Kurama were attacked by those clans. Kurama didn't want to speak, but his friend's pleading eyes forced him to relent. Kagaya left behind a few of her illegitimate children who over the centuries grew into the clan you know as Kagaya. They waged war against the Uchihas and Senjus, even managing to influence the Hagoromo minor families to side with them. They both inherited the worst of Kaguya's madness, followed by the Uchiha. You all have her madness running in your veins. It is why the sage had asked me to watch over the Uchiha, revealed Kurama. Why? Asked Naruto worriedly, because it was Indra who nearly reanimated the Jubi again in his mad thirst for power. It was he who was about to unleash the apocalypse, and trust me boy, if that creature is born again then the world of men shall fall, warned Kurama. Naruto tried to keep his shock in check. He knew his people were impulsive, prideful and even arrogant. But they couldn't be mad enough to unleash that monster? Kurama almost gave him a pitiful look before abruptly walking away, leaving Naruto with even more unanswered questions. Indra was about to release the Jubi onto the world? It was impossible for him to believe, but never once had Kurama lied to him. But everything the fox said had bitter seeds of truth hidden in it. The Kagaya, Hagoromo, Uchiha and Senju were the direct descendants of Kagaya Otsutsuki. The first two were completely power-hungry and lusted for blood just like their female ancestor. While the Uchiha were prone to madness on losing things close to their heart, the Senjus were renowned for their legendary temper which they inherited from Kagaya. Tajima, Madara and even Naruto himself had always felt there was a point where they would snap and do things no sane human would do. Kagaya and Hagoromo clans were mad enough that they had made enemies of almost the entire world. But were too strong enough together to be challenged by either Uchiha or Senju. Only together could the descendants of Indra and Ashura along with their allies could hope to take on those mad men. Most of all, nobody knew where those two mad clans lived, and it was one of the key reasons neither Uchiha or Senju had been able to destroy them completely. Even kind-hearted Hashirama was known to have a dangerous temper. The same trait was almost shared by most of his siblings and family. But comparatively the Senjus were much more sane than the other 3 great clans that descended from Kagaya. It made Naruto wonder as to what was the true history of his world. Kurama had perhaps kept watch over the Uchihas for a very, very long time. But it surely couldn't be just for the fact that Indra tried to revive the Ten Tails? No Uchiha knew even half the history which Kurama just told him, nor did they know any way to revive the Ten Tails. He froze. Memory after memory flashed before him, image of dawn, that dark night, that madness, that blood, that fire, those screams. For every day of his life after that incident, he had wondered the reason behind it. And now he knew why it all happened. It filled his heart with unspeakable horror, making him dash towards the Yamanaka castle. Madara had been grudgingly going through the Yamanaka clan's finances in order to decide what fines should the Uchiha collect as compensation for the blonde-headed bugger's treachery. Frankly, this was more his aunt and if possible his brother's domain, and Madara despised paperwork to begin with. But Naori had simply bonked him on the head, her and his father the only 2 people having the audacity to do such a thing. His aunt had reminded him that his brother was thrown out of their family and out of the line of succession, that left Madara as the sole heir of the Uchiha clan. It was imperative he learned how to rule and govern, and not just conquer and plunder. Naori was also trying to make him interact with the important nobles of the Hitaki and Yamanaka clans. But so far Madara had been abysmal in those interactions, for those men and women were terrified of his power and barely spoke more than a few words. At times, he wondered whether he was the right person to lead their clan when his father died. He was quite strong and there were only a handful who could match his prowess. But apart from battles, Madara had little interest in politics or administration. In fact, he detested that web of lies and treachery, preferring to deal with brutal honesty. A fact for which he was repeatedly chastised by his father and aunt, even the elders of their clan. In his eyes, there was another more suitable for the job. Thinking of him only made Madara feel incompetent in his role as heir. Naruto was also powerful, cunning, politically skilled and was good at managing things far better than Madara ever could. His brother had all the necessary qualities their people needed from their next clan head, but not only was his brother despised because of his past actions, Naruto was also cast out of the line of succession, leaving Madara helpless. But more importantly, his brother had never desired power or shown any interest in ruling, which added further to Madara's dismay. He was actually relieved when the door of their solar was slammed open and his brother marched in. However, Madara's smile faltered when he saw the absolute terrified expression in his brother's eyes. In a second he was up on his feet, startling Naori, and quickly approached his younger brother. "What is it, little brother?" asked Madara worriedly, and didn't miss his brother clenching his fist. "Where's the ancestral tablet?" demanded Naruto in near panic. Madara frowned. Didn't his brother remember? However, Naruto looked to be on the verge of a mental breakdown until Naori immediately came forward and grabbed him in a fierce motherly hug. At first the boy protested, but Madara saw his aunt was quite determined and didn't relent, which made Naruto finally breathe and sink in her embrace. His brother was still shivering and Madara knew the boy enough that there was only one thing that could reduce his brother to such a panicked state. Still, he kept his silence, watching Naori whisper soothing words in Naruto's ears, allowing the boy to calm down. It took a few long minutes, but neither Madara or Naori lost their patience, which helped Naruto to calm down. When the boy seemed in control again, he gave Naori a wide, grateful smile before kissing her cheeks, affectionately earning a smile from her. Madara felt jealousy course through his heart on seeing the unending love his brother had for their aunt. Granted, she had been like a mother to the boy, but it still made Madara feel a little insecure. It was supposed to be him and Naruto against the entire world, but it seemed that while their years of separation had not shattered their brotherly bond, it had also not been able to prevent another from taking an important place in Naruto's heart. Yet, Madara kept his silence. He had no particular need for affections from either his aunt or father. He loved and cared for them, but he could fight his own battles as long as he had Naruto by his side. He had to suppress his bloodlust on imagining the situation if the Senjus had killed his last brother. Gods knew how much restraint it had taken him and repeated pleadings from Naruto to stop Madara from ripping Tobirama apart limb from limb. That Senju had already killed Izuna, and now he tried to take Madara's last brother from him? Madara had never forgiven the Senjus for killing his brothers. He had once shared a friendship with Hashirama, which had also gotten destroyed when he learned his friend was in truth the head of the clan that slaughtered his brothers. He had to agree to negotiate because the Senjus had Dawn, and even Madara knew the importance of that sword. Most of all, it was Naruto's pride, and for his brother Madara was willing to set his bloodlust aside. Temporarily. One day he would still have justice against the Senjus for the murder of his brothers and clansmen. But he would wait for the right moment and then he would kill them all. Madara? He saw Naruto staring at him, and it did not surprise Madara anymore that his brother always read through his thoughts no matter how much Madara tried to hide them. Madara wished he could say the same regarding his brother. "You destroyed the Uchiha tablet that night with your own hands. Have you forgotten?" reminded Madara, with a frown, and didn't miss Naruto sighing in relief. Naori checked her nephew's forehead and asked, "Are you alright?" "Just a bad dream," whispered Naruto, which was enough to pacify Naori, but Madara saw through that lie easily, and if not for Naruto's pleading gaze he would have called his brother out on that lie. "Father will be arriving shortly," informed Madara, and saw the nastiest scowl arrive on his brother's face. "I see." Madara pretended to not notice the hostility and decided to bring his brother up to speed as to their next move. He brings with him a force of 7,000 strong men from the Uchiha, Shimura, Aburame, Yuhi, Kurama, Namikaze and other smaller families, revealed Madara. "That is not our full strength," suggested Naruto, earning a nod from his aunt. "There is no need to bring all 10,000 of our fighters." Tajima knows what he's doing, she said confidently, and frowned when Naruto snorted insultingly. The daimyo has 15,000 fighters and the Senjus must have brought a few thousand of their own to the capital. If conflict starts, then we'll be outnumbered. Has the old man lost his wits? Asked Naruto sarcastically. Careful, brother, warned Madara. While he had little love for his father, it didn't mean he would allow anyone to disrespect the man, even if it was his own brother. Are you defending father? You? After what he did to me, said Naruto in disbelief, his accusing eyes staring at Madara with unending fury and disappointment making Nauri sigh. We respect the position, if not the man, reminded Madara patiently, earning a snarl from his little brother. I did everything that was asked of me, and he promised me that things would change between us. But even after all I have done, never once did he write to me or visit me even, said Naruto bitterly, almost taking an aggressive step towards Madara before Nauri got in the way, placing a restraining hand on his chest. He's a clan head, brother. He has many important duties, said Madara hesitantly, and winced when he himself realized how weak that excuse was. And it showed as Naruto stared at him with a clear betrayed look in his eyes. You've changed, brother. Those words hurt Madara more than any blade ever had, and the heartbroken look in his brother's eyes made him want to bonk Tajima on the head multiple times for placing him in this ridiculous situation. Forced to choose between a father and a brother. Madara is only trying to keep the peace in the family. Naruto, he has fought more for you than anyone else, said Nauri soothingly, but Naruto's accusing stare didn't relent. In fact, it became downright cold. Have it your way then, brother. But I am taking back what's mine when father gets here, snarled Naruto furiously, making Madara sigh. Don't do anything stupid, brother. Your reputation is improving, don't ruin it, warned Madara, earning a snort from the younger Uchiha. A dragon does not care for the opinion of sheep. Nauri saw Madara's eyebrows twitch, which was a blatant warning that the man was about to snap, so she forcefully pushed both boys further away, glaring at them both equally. Cool off your head, Naruto. You're clearly not having a good day, she ordered. No, now, Madara smirked on seeing the little runt squirm under their aunt's gaze before clenching his fists tightly. Naruto glared at his aunt, receiving the same gesture from her, but in the end he loved or at least respected her enough to follow through with the order. Madara, get back to your paperwork, reminded Nauri sternly. It was Naruto's turn to smirk when he saw the groan that escaped from Madara's lips. Yet his triumph didn't last long as he realized something had changed between him and his brother. There was a distance. It was small, but there. He knew Madara still loved him and would protect him, but his brother was slowly being groomed to be more dutiful towards his responsibilities as heir of their clan. Being forced to be more objective than emotional, even if it meant going against Naruto. He could see it in his brother's eyes that he didn't want it, but it was his duty. But Naruto was not deterred by that. He had to fight his own battles rather than rely on his brother every single time. He was a man now, and not the young boy who had needed protection from his brother all those years ago. So, he gave a cut nod to his brother, who returned the gesture with unmasked sadness in his eyes. Exchanging a glance with Nauri, he walked out of the room. It was evening and almost the entirety of the Uchiha, Hitaki and Yamanaka population had assembled before the gates of the settlement. Naruto dutifully stood beside his aunt and brother, flanked by the members of the Kinsguard as they all patiently waited. The sound of thousands of footsteps made the ground tremble, and Naruto didn't miss the slight shivering of the Yamanaka, and he didn't blame them. For the first man to clear out of the dense forest was riding atop a dark black warhorse. Dressed in blazing Uchiha armor, Tajima Uchiha still made many cower before him. Naruto coldly stared at the man for whom he had once harbored affection, even love, which was transformed into pure loathing over the years. Despite his dark emotions, he still couldn't help but admire the man's power. Behind Tajima came thousands of the Uchiha bannermen, many holding the flags of their respective clans, but it was the dragon banner that was fluttering the most, carried proudly by thousands of Uchiha. He followed Madara and Nauri's lead when they both knelt before their leader, his Kinsguard and the remaining population following suit. While everyone had their heads bowed too, Naruto, while kneeling, never broke eye contact with the man. There was not a flicker of emotion visible in Tajima's cold eyes, which only glanced at him for a moment before nodding as he descended from his horse. Within seconds, the clan head was flanked by his supporters and the elders of the clan. Naruto didn't miss the sheer loathing in the eyes of the elders. They had all wanted his head on a spike after that night, and if not for Madara they would have had it. One glance at their sneering faces zeroing down on him, and he knew. Tajima brushed past Naori and Madara, ignoring them both only to step before his youngest son. There was no joy, or surprise, or even fury in those cold and lifeless eyes as they motioned him to rise from his feet. Naruto followed the command, making sure his own eyes were the same as his father's. "You lost, Don." There was a time when those words would have stung, but that time was long gone, for Naruto had expected nothing less from this cold man and his equally ambitious advisors. They would not see why he relinquished their clan's greatest relic, they would not see the victory he brought them, nor would they accept any excuses from him. "I did," replied Naruto, his voice as cold as ice. It was Hotaru Uchiha, an elderly woman, who stepped forward next. Naruto had not forgotten the fact that he had killed her brother that night, earning the name Kinslayer. She had been out for his blood for a very long time, and now she had the chance. A vote was called among the clan. "As the council represents the voice of the Uchiha people, we have deemed you guilty for deliberately handing over our family heirloom to our sworn enemy. A trial will be held to determine your guilt, and if proven, then appropriate punishment shall be awarded," declared Hotaru loudly, earning shocked gasps from his supporters. Naruto was not surprised, having expected something like this, but his father's silence still stung him. This woman was accusing his son in front of their clan and allies, and yet he was silent despite knowing why Naruto had to do what he did. But then again, the Uchiha people were represented by the council, and unanimously they could call for a vote which the clan head would be forced to pass. It was the only flaw to the rule of Naruto's family, which Tajima was duty-bound to uphold. Still, he was pleased that his friends and all those Uchiha, Hitaki, and even Yamanaka whose lives were saved because of his actions were none too pleased. In fact, they looked downright furious, but Tajima's cold gaze was enough to make them cower. Madara and Naori tried to get close to Tajima, surely to oppose this farce, but the clan head simply shook his head, making them stop. Naruto's once beating heart turned as cold as ice as he approached his father. Another elder, Itama, tried to stop him but was swiftly made to step back when Naruto activated his Sharingan, glaring down at the man. Father and son locked gazes with each other, with no emotion present in their eyes. "I will never receive justice from this farce, and I've had enough of this madness. I will not stand in this trial," declared Naruto, earning outraged shouts from the elders and their hundreds of supporters. For a moment, Tajima's eyes flickered with pride, but it could be Naruto's imagination as he saw the older man glance back at him coldly. "The law is the law," announced Tajima. Naruto smirked before unleashing his sword, drawing shocked gasps from majority of the people. Ignoring the outraged cries, he pointed the weapon at his father. "I challenge you to single combat." Stunned silence engulfed the entire crowd at his words. Even Tajima blinked, looking for the first time a bit startled. He glared at his youngest son for his open defiance, warning him to back down, but Naruto didn't. Tajima was well aware of this law. It could be used by any Uchiha to challenge their leader should they feel they could be a better leader of their clan. But in the strong patriarchal Uchiha society, nobody challenged their betters. Surely, various noble families vied for leadership, but they worked from the shadows, knowing openly challenging the hierarchy would mean doom for their entire family should they lose. Naruto was the first to exercise this law, and that too against his own father, which had the entire clan and their allies alike stunned. Even Madara had paled and Naori looked ready to faint. His friends looked at him worriedly, but Naruto's gaze was solely fixed on his father. The elders who were previously confident now looked uncertain, for if Naruto won, then he would be the new clan head, and they didn't need anyone to tell them what the boy would do to them after all they did to him. Tajima, for all his power and shrewdness, knew what his youngest son was capable of. There was a time when he could put down Naruto easily, but it had long since passed. He was a warrior proven, having many victories to his name, even claimed to be the finest swordsman in the elemental nations. But at the same time, if Tajima won, then he would be free to decide Naruto's fate, and the young Uchiha doubted it would be anything pleasant. Certainly not after this open defiance, but it was now or never. "Then I name Madara as my champion," announced Tajima with the tiniest of satisfied smiles, The Uchiha clan head saw Naruto stagger for the first time as he glanced at his elder brother. There was no doubt Naruto was powerful, but Madara was a totally different beast. Most of all, Naruto would never raise his sword against his brother. And Tajima knew that. "Father," protested Madara, only to have Tajima glare at him coldly. "That was a command, or will you betray me too just like your brother?" asked Tajima with the barest of hope visible in his eyes. Naruto's heart broke on seeing so much hope and pride that his father had in his eyes for Madara. It was enough to make him see that nothing he would do would ever be enough for this man. At the same time, Tajima had not only ordered but requested his eldest son to remain loyal. Glancing at the crowd, Naruto saw they were all looking at Madara anxiously. If his brother refused, then it would not only undermine their father but also make Madara unpopular. It could also endanger their family's rule over the clan, and Naruto knew the elders and lesser noble families would exploit this incident to create further divide. "I accept," Madara watched in horror as those words escaped from his brother's lips. He wished it were his imagination, wished so badly for Naruto to set aside his acceptance, but his brother stared back at him with sadness but determination ever present in his eyes. Their painful silence allowed Tajima to step forward and glance at the crowd. "May the gods let the true dragon win." Chapter 13. A Dragon Has Claws. Makoto as well as the rest of the Kinsguards stared at their leader, who was seated in a corner sharpening his twin swords. There was not an ounce of emotion present on Naruto's face, and his gaze was solely fixed on the weapons he would be carrying into battle. A battle against his own brother. Everyone knew how much Naruto loved his brother, but to think those same brothers would be at each other's throats in a matter of minutes. "Naruto, it's still not too late," advised Kagami. "It's a death match," warned Takeshi worriedly. "You're strong, but Madara is more powerful than you. Lord Commander, your brother will use more than swords against you," cautioned Itachi. At that, Naruto finally looked up and saw the fear ever present in their eyes. "I am not killing my brother no matter what the law says," he promised. "So you want to die instead?" asked Makoto furiously, making him smile. "I never said that," he pointed. "Are you not afraid?" asked Makoto worriedly, and was relieved when it made him pause. She watched him stare at his twin swords, and even if he was the finest swordsman she had ever seen, her heart feared for his life. He finally got up on his feet and walked towards them. Dressed in his golden armor with twin fine swords at his sides, he was a formidable opponent to glance at. But the one he was going up against was just as good, if not better. Stopping before his friends, he stared at them seriously. "Every man is afraid before going into battle. I am no different," confessed Naruto. "If it looks like you're in trouble, call for us. We will answer," promised Shisui, placing a hand on his friend's shoulder, making Naruto smile. They all were still amazed that in a matter of 2 hours all the preparations had been made. The Yamanakas had an old training ground in the forest that would serve as the battlefield for the upcoming combat. Almost every person was going to be there, a conflict which could possibly be remembered for 1,000 years. Just like Indra and Ashura's was till this day. Not only were the two fighters the strongest Uchiha of their generation but also the finest warriors of the world. They were also the only Sharingan wielders the Uchiha had ever produced in hundreds of years. Ever since the Sharingan was awakened and the two brothers continued their exploits over the years, it was always a point of contention as to who was stronger among them. Madara had many victories to his name, the most notable being defeating the entire Aburame clan in single combat on his own. While Naruto was proclaimed to be the finest swordsman of this generation of ninja warriors. He defeated the Fuma clan in single combat with his fox, and was also responsible for victories against the Senju and Yamanaka clans. "If I fall, then you all shall pledge your loyalty to my brother. Promise me," he insisted. "And if you win?" asked Itachi calmly, much to the relief of the others because they could not have given Naruto that promise. "Certainly not if Madara killed him today. Then seize the elders and all who try to stop you," he instructed, earning nods from his friends. He saw Makoto was resisting the urge to grab him and not let go, but he discreetly pointed her towards her brother's presence, which made her reluctantly back down. With one final parting, he departed from the room and saw Kurama waiting for him outside. "You ready?" asked the fox nonchalantly. "As ready as I can ever be for something like this," replied Naruto calmly. Kurama, despite the situation, gave him an amused grin. Then go out there and kick his ass, ordered the fox. So sure I can win? Asked Naruto amusedly, a smile arriving at his lips. Yes, Naruto gave a respectful nod at the faith his friend was placing him in. Kurama had even offered to fight alongside him, but he had refused. Not only was it against the rules, but Naruto wanted to fight his brother himself. All his life he had followed in Madara's shadow. Now was the time to step out of it and become the man Shizuka had suggested him to be. With that determination, he walked away ready to face the most important battle of his life. Stands. Tajima and Naori were seated in an elevated stand specifically built for the clan heads and important nobles. The rest of their clansmen and civilians had taken position across the field, while a few Yamanaka guards had erected a barrier dome that would prevent any attacks from hitting the audience and bar anyone from disrupting the match. Around Tajima sat all the clan heads of every allied clan, including the likes of Tsukumo Hitaki, Shin Aburame, Seiko Kurama, Rei Namikaze and many more. Everyone's eyes were fixed on Madara's form standing inside the barrier. Tajima glanced at his eldest son dressed in bronze armor carrying his traditional gunbai on his back and a sword on his hip. He looked fierce and dangerous. And then the other side of the barrier opened as a figure walked in. Naori didn't miss the various clan heads staring in surprise and even awe as they saw the young dragon in all his glory. Dressed in his familiar golden armor bearing the mark of a roaring dragon on his chest and the Uchiha symbol on his back. Twin swords rested on his hips and a dark black cloak fluttered behind him as he walked. His usual masked face was today open for everyone to see. She didn't miss Tajima staring at his youngest son quite intently as if he saw something he had never seen before. Naori couldn't blame him. While Madara looked dangerous and fierce, Naruto looked calm and there was something regal about him. Maybe it was his shining armor or his composed face, it made him glow. Most of all it was the way he walked that made it clear that he was not afraid of facing his opponent. There was a loud cheer from the civilian and many Uchihas even, much to Tajima and the elders' surprise. Apparently, those people had not forgotten what Naruto had risked and sacrificed to save their lives. Even a few Yamanaka rooted for him, albeit in a reserved manner, while the Hitaki were quite open in their support. Their clan and most ninjas might hate the boy, however Naori knew for a fact that across the civilian population of the Land of Fire her nephew was quite popular. It might be because of the fact that whenever he was free over the past decade, he would defend every civilian who asked for his aid against bandits, rogue ninjas or thieves. Most of all, he never took a single charge for his services. Among those poor and impoverished families who had no say in the politics of great clans but suffered all the same, Naruto Uchiha was a breath of fresh air. For them he was like the samurai from the old days who fought with honor and defended the weak. Despite all that had happened in his life, Naruto still tried to live his life by performing his duty not just to his clan but innocents alike with honor and dedication. My, he's quite handsome, commented Rei Namikaze cheerfully, the young clan heiress staring at Naruto with quite a lustful look in her eye. Maybe, but his brother can pummel him and his shining armor easily, said Seiko Kurama skeptically. Naori smirked but kept her silence at that last statement. She didn't know the outcome of this fight, but she did know two things. The first being the fact that neither of these two boys were going to kill each other despite popular expectation. Second, they were all in for quite a surprise. Arena, Naruto stepped before his elder brother who nodded at him respectfully. Even so, Madara's reluctance for the upcoming battle was clear to see. Naruto on the other hand was determined to prove himself. Brother, greeted Madara. You ready? Asked Naruto calmly, making Madara sigh. It's still not too late, brother. Bend the knee and let the trial happen. We'll squash it easily just like before, promised Madara sincerely. For a moment he was so sure Naruto would do so. Instead his brother smiled at him. My knees do not bend easily, Madara. Those words had said all Madara needed to learn. If that was not enough, the ironclad determination in Naruto's eyes was enough to make him see the boy was not going to back down. Very well, relented Madara, earning a smile from Naruto. I wish you good luck, Madara. It earned a sly grin from the elder Uchiha as his right hand gripped the hilt of his sword, while the left grasped the gunbai on his back. Before Madara could even unleash his weapons, in the blink of an eye Naruto's hands grasped the hilts of his swords and a second later the shining weapons were unleashed for all to see. And so was Naruto's Sharingan as all playfulness disappeared from his eyes. "Now it begins," proposed Naruto calmly. Madara closed his eyes, releasing a final sigh before he unleashed his own weapons, and when he opened his eyes again they stared back at his brother with a fully evolved Sharingan that displayed nothing but determination and confidence. "Now it ends, little brother," promised Madara. The next second 2 killing auras engulfed the entire forest. Stands. The clan heads flinched when the monstrosity that was the killing intent was unleashed by the brothers. It was so thick that it felt as if the air itself was made to bow before them. Dozens of civilians already fell unconscious, and so did the weaker ninjas. Even the stronger ones felt quite uncomfortable in the presence of that power. Naori did not miss Tajima brim with pride on seeing the effect his sons had, and the match had only just began. Their allies who were previously considering the two as boys now realized they were grown men instead. Madara's killing intent was like a raging tsunami threatening to consume everyone and everything that came in its way. Naori found it quite fitting. On the other hand, Naruto's killing intent was completely focused like a sword. Strong, precise and deadly. What surprised her and everyone else was the fact that Naruto was being able to match his brother's power. Even Madara seemed surprised. Naori had always known Madara was a powerhouse, but if the account of the Kinsguard members were to be considered, Naruto had not yet unleashed his full power in any battles till now. She had a feeling that claim was about to be laid to rest. "So this is the young dragon," commented Shin Aburame quietly. "It remains to be seen whether pretty boy can match up in skill and quick thinking," advised Shimura Tobi coldly. While the Shimura clan had always been the most loyal bannermen of the Uchiha, their ruthlessness was greater than those of the dragon descendants. "Indeed," agreed the other clan heads, earning reluctant nod from the Uchiha elders. Naori could not help but smirk on seeing those fools losing some of that overconfidence now that they realized Naruto was no longer the weak boy anymore. Out of the corner of her eye, she saw movement that caught her attention. Naruto's most loyal and trusted friend discreetly stepped towards the stands. Shisui's face did not betray any emotions, but Naori did not miss the fact that he was fully armed and armored. So was the rest of the Kinsguard, and they all specifically took positions near the seats of the Uchiha elders. The elders actually looked quite relieved on seeing Shisui's presence. Just like them, Shisui belonged from an important Uchiha noble family, and while his father did not sit on the elders' council, he did wield quite a lot of influence. More than that, Shisui was the second most skilled swordsman in the Kinsguard, according to some even in the Land of Fire. The Morning Star. It was the name bestowed on Shisui after he repeatedly helped Naruto defend the civilians of the Land of Fire from those who wished to harm them. He carried with him the ancestral sword of his family, Fury. And he was considered the most noble, honorable and chivalrous member of the Kinsguard. Now that Naori thought about it, each of the Kinsguard had earned famous names for themselves after their exploits with Naruto over the past decade. Takeshi, the Defiant, for his wild and fierce nature. He was also the most stubborn and hot-headed member of the Kinsguard who always refused to accept defeat under any circumstances. Itachi, the Silent Shadow, for his unflinching loyalty and uncanny ability to remain by Naruto's side most of the time. Kagami, the Gallant, for his unwavering courage to face his enemies no matter how outnumbered or outgunned. It was said no man including Naruto himself could match Kagami's taijutsu prowess. Makoto, the Dark Sister, some claimed the name was bestowed on the girl for her dark raven locks and smoldering looks. Others said it was because of the fact that Naruto cared for her as the sister he never had in his life, but Naori knew that was not the case. Even if her nephew tried to hide it, Naori knew there was something primal existing between the boy and Makoto. The daughter of a common servant, Makoto and her brother Takeshi were raised as warriors by Naruto himself. They both were quite fine swordsmen and utterly loyal to Naruto till the end. Shisui, the Morning Star, a brother to Naruto in all but blood. The closest warrior who could claim to match Naruto's swordsmanship and the one whom Naruto trusted most. The Kinsguard was actually quite respected by allies and foes alike, for they were the strongest Uchihas of their generation. The only thing that kept them from becoming legendary in the clan was their loyalty to Naruto, who was despised. But never had that fact bothered any of them. They are all good men and women. Loyal and courageous. Naori could not help but brim with pride on knowing that Naruto had gained their loyalty on his own merit and with his kindness. While Madara was loved by the entire clan, Naori had a feeling the support and love of these five was everything Naruto could ask for. And they were here for him. Arena, Naruto watched his brother chuckle as a dark grin arrived on his face on seeing Naruto actually able to match his power. It was a well-known fact that Madara loved battles to the point that he lived for them. But usually, there were barely a handful warriors who could match Madara's powers and expectations. Hashirama Senju was the best, and it was why Madara never missed any chance to fight his former friend. For over a decade, Madara had heard tales of his brother's exploits and skills. Now, he could see the first signs of the fact that those tales were not exaggerated. He made a hand seal creating 5 identical shadow clones, all of them wielding a sword and a gunbai. Wordlessly, they all charged towards Naruto. Madara saw his brother neither smiled or tensed, he simply raised his swords coating them in chakra. The look in his eyes was enough to wipe out Madara's excitement a little to be replaced by caution. He watched Naruto move both his swords in opposite horizontal slashes in open air. Madara frowned. Had his brother lost his mind or was this some sort of joke? His eyes however widened when each and every one of his shadow clones were shredded before his eyes. It was as if they were struck by the air itself and simply vanished. But Madara had seen the real truth with his Sharingan. Those swords. He used them to manipulate wind chakra itself. For the first time Madara realized this battle would not be so easy after all. Watching his brother rotate those common swords in his hands made him pause. If Naruto was this deadly with them, then Madara could only imagine his brother's power if he had Dawn in his hands right now. Many said his brother was the finest swordsman of their world. Madara wanted to see the fact by pitting his clones against his brother. Naruto had given his answer to that insult by tearing those clones apart before they could reach anywhere near him. Madara finally stepped forward himself and grasped his weapons. Genjutsu was not an option in this fight since they both had the Sharingan which could neutralize or see through any deceptions of that kind. It was purely a match of power vs skill. Madara took in a deep breath before unleashing a massive stream of fire towards his brother. With his left hand, he swinged his gunbai adding a large amount of wind that channeled the flames far and wide. Naruto quickly stabbed one of his swords in the ground and the next second water erupted from the soil like a tornado clashing straight into the path of the raging flames. Before Madara could plan on his next move, his Sharingan reacted and he moved just in time as a dangerous bolt of lightning tore through the raging fire and water attacks going directly for him. If not for his Sharingan and quick reflexes he would have been electrocuted. He had to keep on moving and dodging as more and more lightning bolts tried to strike him. The initial attack of fire he had launched was now consumed by the water and there was a healthy amount of that liquid now present in the arena. Knowing his brother and his affinity with water, Madara knew he had to stay well clear from the substance for Naruto could use it to attack and defend at the same time. Deciding to take the fight directly to the boy, Madara charged forward. More and more lightning bolts tried to strike him but they were too slow as Madara evaded them with ease and soon enough reached the attacker himself. Realizing the danger, Naruto immediately brought his twin swords forward. Madara grinned as he again slashed his gunbai sending a lethal wind wave that would have torn the armor and clothing of any other warrior thereby giving them grave wounds. Instead, Naruto adjusted his footing and his golden armor that was gifted by Madara himself protected him from the attack quite easily much to Madara's frustration. Still, he did not lose heart and attacked his brother. The first time Madara's sword made contact with Naruto's, his brother pretended to push for control making Madara dig in his feet firmly only to have Naruto twist himself to the right side bringing his other sword right towards Madara's ribs. Only the intervention of the gunbai at the last second stopped that attack but nonetheless the weapon was destroyed. Madara quickly jumped away creating some distance from his opponent and glanced at him warily. Those swords of his were heavy and yet Naruto moved so quickly without any effort. It was a display of pure skill, more than that he almost managed to fool Madara. "You're good," praised Madara, "I'm just getting started," and then Naruto attacked. Tajima had never once in his life seen Madara being pushed back so fiercely by anyone other than Hashirama Senju. Yet his experienced eyes were showing him the difference quite clearly. He watched Madara roar before charging in with full force. His eldest son brought down the full power of his weapon as bright sparks flew. Madara first tried to get a swipe at Naruto's chest only to be easily blocked by the other Uchiha's blade. Naruto used that deadlock to take a swipe of his own at Madara, which was swiftly blocked by Madara's metal-protected arm. Naruto smirked. The sword which the younger boy had in a deadlock with Madara's own blade pushed. Madara had to again brace himself as he now had to keep two swords at bay, which left another opening in his stance. Naruto's right leg twisted forward instantly and snaked itself around Madara's ankle. Before Madara could wrench it free, it was twisted, making the older Uchiha wince, and that momentary bout of pain allowed Naruto to smack his sword brutally across Madara's chest plate, leaving a nasty dent. Madara had no choice but to again create some distance between them. "He's better than Madara," said Shin Aburame in surprise. "Far better," praised Naori proudly with a smile. Tajima knew his eldest son enough to know that Madara was not one to back down from a worthy challenger. And Naruto had just provoked the dragon inside the elder boy. Madara's hands flew through a rapid set of hand seals which made Tajima tense, for he knew this move. Fire style. Great fire annihilation. A wave of fire was unleashed from Madara's mouth, which spanned the entire area of the arena and even high enough to reach the ceiling. There was no place left to hide from this attack, leaving Naruto no choice but to counter. He has larger chakra reserves which he wants to use to tire out his brother, deduced Shin Aburame, proving his tactical prowess. He could personally attest to the fact that Madara had monstrous chakra reserves, a fact he clearly displayed when he defeated Shin and his entire clan alone. "How thoughtful of Madara. I have never seen him think so much in a fight before," commented Tobishimura. His opponent is not someone who relies on brute strength. He is faster, sharper, and more cunning. As long as Naruto has a sword in his hand, I doubt Madara can win. Better to tire out the boy before finishing him off. A sound tactic, agreed Rei Namikaze, receiving consenting nods from the other clan heads. Naori didn't make her opinion known, a fact which was not missed by Tajima. Knowing how close she was to Naruto, he had a feeling she would have defended her favorite nephew. Instead, she remained silent and stared knowingly at Naruto, making Tajima glance at his youngest child. He watched Naruto start rotating his twin swords at unbelievable speeds, and to his surprise the lake of water that was previously created by the boy had its water now being drawn towards those swords. Clearly the boy had planned his move quite ahead, knowing Madara would overwhelm him with superior power. Now, the water had taken the form of churning tornado that was swirling around Naruto's swords. It was a sheer testament to his control over water style that not only he was controlling so much of that liquid but had actually managed to give it a shape, binding it around his swords, that too in the face of an incoming massive fire tsunami attack. So, this is the famous young dragon, thought Tajima. Despite their differences, even Tajima could not deny that Naruto was highly skilled not just with kenjutsu but also ninjutsu. The fire tsunami was now a few feet away from him, and the boy brought his swords forward, bringing with them the churning tornado of water. Tajima knew that the water attack was not enough to defeat Madara's powerful jutsu, but it was enough to create a small enough hole which Naruto used to pass through the fire. The boy kept on rotating his swords, making the tornado of water act as a shield against the raging fire, and when he was clear of the attack arena, Naruto brought his swords forward, unleashing those two tornadoes straight at a stunned Madara. Water style. Twin dragons. In a second, the tornado changed form to take the shape of two massive water dragons that charged madly towards Madara. Acting on his feet, the elder Uchiha quickly performed a set of hand seals and slammed on the ground. Earth style. Earth wall. The water dragons crashed against the giant wall with full force, but it didn't crack because Madara had placed quite a lot of chakra to keep it strong and firm. Combine that with the fact that earth trumped water, the dragons were vanquished and broke apart. But they had given Naruto the time he needed. Madara grimaced when he saw two chakra-coated blades slice his earthen wall cleanly. Already it was weakened by fending off the water dragons, leaving them powerless against the force that was Naruto. And now his brother had what he wanted. Close combat. Madara raised his sword as his brother approached towards him and was alarmed when Naruto grinned. Surprise. Bolts of lightning shot out of his swords instantly, and being in close proximity left Madara little room to maneuver. He bit back his scream as lightning coursed through his body, paralyzing quite a few chakra nodes. "You want to take my chakra reserves away from me, brother?" Madara had fought many opponents, including Hashirama himself. But this was the first time he came across a warrior like his brother. Madara was used to fighting full-blown battles where power was everything and that he had in spades. Even Hashirama fought him quite openly. But Naruto was not allowing that. His brother still fought fairly without the aid of trickery, but he refused to be bulled down in a power battle against Madara. Instead, the boy had his own fighting style, which was far more refined and precise. A fact Madara had to begrudgingly acknowledge as he raised his sword, enduring the shock his body just suffered, because his brother pressed forward. Madara's nerves were still recovering from the brutal shock, leaving him slow in his defense. Naruto exploited that weakness fully. Madara parried a blow aimed at his armpits only to have to react more quickly to stop another blow aimed for his neck. In between, he had to be wary of Naruto attacking him with his feet. The only thing keeping Madara standing was the raw force of his attacks that protected him and denied his brother any gains. Still, Naruto didn't relent because he knew sooner or later there would come an opening. So, he pushed and pushed, making Madara fall back and back. Oblivious to their surroundings, the two brothers failed to recognize the shock of the crowd and that of the clan heads. To their surprise and prior expectations of Madara winning the fight easily, the elder Uchiha was actually being pushed back to the point where he was pouring in every ounce of his power. Naruto, on the other hand, was yet to make any major gains in the fight, but he was patient and focused. As time went on, his attacks became even more precise and too fast to deflect. The increasing number of minor cuts on Madara's body a proof of that. The boys were at a stalemate until Naruto furiously brought down his twin swords right above Madara's head, making the elder Uchiha raise his own sword. Madara winced and sank down to one knee from the force of his brother's attack, and while he managed to save his head, it left him wide open for a solid kick that connected right across his face. Madara's pain made his grip on his sword falter, and Naruto used that moment to break through that defense, carving through his brother's armor like a knife through butter. Blood erupted and splattered across his golden armor as Madara was sent crashing away. Most would have thought this to be the end, but Naruto knew how strong his brother was. More than that, Madara was a stubborn and prideful man, so he quickly moved forward to gain advantage. He realized his mistake when Madara twisted himself so that his legs entwined with Naruto's, and he made Naruto regret the mistake by toppling him flat across the ground. Naruto was too slow to react as Madara grabbed a kunai from his pouch before plunging it deep into Naruto's thigh. They both then scrambled away from each other and looked at each other. Madara was sporting a busted lip and a swollen eye along with the minor cuts across his body. The man's armor was destroyed, leaving him in nothing but his clan battle attire. While Naruto was bleeding heavily from his thigh and he could feel his ankle was twisted. Plus, all that amount of chakra concentration had given him a mild headache. Still, they both grinned at each other as if some personal joke had passed between them. Until Naruto's grin disappeared to be replaced by a murderous glare, one which Madara masked with his own. And that was when all hell broke loose. Stands. Everyone, including the crowd, ninjas, civilians, clan heads, and Uchiha elders alike, were stunned when the barrier suddenly disappeared as the Yamanaka maintaining it backed away. And then they all saw the cold fury in Naruto's eyes. Before anybody could react, the Kinsguard saw their leader give the nod they were waiting for, and without wasting a second they moved in. The Uchiha elders gasped and screamed when they were forcefully seized by the fully armed and armored Kinsguard. Because they had not expected a fight, none of them came armed, which left them completely open to be captured. "Tajima-sama, what is the meaning of this?" yelled Hotaru furiously, only to have the clan head not even look at her. "Naori-sama, order them to unhand us this moment," demanded Atami Uchiha, but Naori simply sipped her wine with a cold smirk. By now the three elders were in full-blown panic and the crowd was too stunned. It was then Naruto and Madara approached the stands and went towards the three elders. There were a few more of the elders who had fortunately died either in battles or through natural cause during the past decade. Naruto was thankful for that because one of the elders had been Itachi's father, but the man was long since dead, much to his relief. But these three had always demanded his head. When he stepped before them, his eyes were as cold as the winter ice and as furious as the blazing fire. He doubted Madara looked any different. "My father taught me it is treason to raise your sword against your liege lord and his family," said Naruto darkly, "and you abused your power to wrongfully frame my brother. My family," declared Madara murderously. Ayato Uchiha. The cripple snarled at that accusation and looked at Naruto furiously. "He handed our clan's most prized heirloom on a silver platter to the Senjus. He deserved to be punished," snarled the old man, "and it got us victory against the Senju despite the heavy odds. It saved the lives of all these Hitaki and Yamanaka here. Or is the Uchiha pride more important than the lives of our own clansmen and allies alike?" demanded Madara harshly. The elders glanced at the said people and saw for the first time the hate and bitterness in their eyes for their decision to accuse Naruto. Madara then glanced at the other clan heads and saw even they were quite relieved that Naruto chose to save lives rather than protect his clan's pride. It could have been any of their own people instead of the Hitaki or Yamanaka, and knowing Naruto would place their lives above his pride was an assurance they would definitely need if they were to remain loyal to the Uchiha and fight for them. Unfortunately, the elders had a few points left to say. "Maybe, but Naruto Uchiha is not a part of your family. He's just a common fighter of our clan who is forbidden from any lands, titles, family, or even succeeding your father. Tajima-sama himself banished him, and we are not going against our liege lord by accusing someone who is not his family anymore," pointed Hotaru Uchiha confidently. Her shock was now replaced by a smug smile, and she moved to look at Tajima for the confirmation. Gods knew the old man hated his youngest son, which had made them make this move in the first place. In her ignorance, she missed the murderous rage that arrived in Madara and Naori's eyes on that remark. "I don't remember giving such an order," said Tajima calmly, ignoring the shocked and betrayed looks of the elders and the smug grins of his sons and his sister. "But you," spluttered Hotaru in horror, and flinched when Tajima's eyes glared down at her. "Is there any proof? Any written document that proves that I actually gave the order?" asked Tajima, as he got up from his chair and walked towards his sons before placing his hands on their shoulders. "It's your word against our father's. And frankly, your word means shit to me. If anybody has any objection, speak now," commanded Madara, glaring right at the clan heads and all Uchihas in the area. He smirked when they all quickly nodded their support, adding the final nail in the coffin. Madara doubted after that match, and seeing what he and his brother were capable of, these allies would risk their necks for three old Uchiha with grudges. "You tricked us," accused all three elders in unison, glaring bloody murder at Tajima. Naruto saw the pure fury that arrived in his father's eyes and winced as Tajima's hand on his shoulder became rock solid. "He is my son," thundered Tajima, making nearly every person in the area flinch. The Uchiha clan head turned towards them all and looked them all right in the eye. "Today, before you all, I confirm again that Naruto Uchiha is my son, my heir, and your liege lord should Madara and I both fall." At first, heavy silence prevailed in the air before Tobi Shimura got up from his chair. Naruto tensed when the man unleashed his sword. It was a known fact that the Shimura clan was their most loyal ally, and they proved that again when Tobi knelt and placed his sword at Naruto's feet. The young dragon. All the Shimura clan fighters were quick to follow their leader as they too knelt and pledged their swords. Following them soon enough were the Namikaze, Hitaki, Yamanaka, Kurama, Aburame, and Yuhi clan heads along with all their fighters. Naori joined her brother and her nephews as the entire area erupted with a fierce cry. "The young dragon! The young dragon! The young dragon!" Madara couldn't help but smile widely on seeing the sight before his very eyes. More than that, he was happy to witness the moment when their father raised Naruto's hand, acknowledging the fealty of their allies even as a lone tear slipped from Naruto's eyes. Naori saw for her family united for the first time in nearly a decade. Watching Tajima standing there flanked by his sons and their allies standing united now more than ever was not something she would ever forget. Nor could she ever forget just how her brother had pulled this master plan off. Few hours earlier, Tajima sat in the solar of the former Yamanaka head, ignoring his sister restlessly pacing across the room. She had tried everything from pleading to threatening him to call off the battle that was about to happen. Yet he had simply listened without saying another word and let her rant. But he did raise an eyebrow when the door of the solar was bashed open and a murderous Madara walked in, followed by an equally determined but reserved Naruto. Took their time, thought Tajima amusedly. Tajima got up from his chair wordlessly and walked towards his sons. He stepped before them both and looked at them closely. In Madara, he saw himself, only more fiercer and bolder. And in Naruto, he saw his dead wife. Her fire, her beauty, her power and his own cunning. Naori gasped in shock when Tajima moved forward and engulfed both his sons in a fierce embrace. She had never in her life seen her brother display so much emotion after his wife died. Even the two boys were stunned. When Tajima finally broke the hug, he smiled on seeing the gaping faces of his sons. Ignoring his eldest, he stepped before his youngest and grasped his cheeks gently. There were so many emotions passing through the boy's heart: anger, betrayal, determination and his ever-present sadness. "I am proud of you, my son." Naruto staggered on hearing those words from this man. Was this a dream or was he seeing true pride for him in his father's eyes? "What?" snapped Naruto, making Tajima chuckle, which further stunned his family. "I told you once that I would make this right. I keep my promises, just like you keep yours," advised Tajima, "by pitting his brothers against each other." "Father, you're almost on the verge of tearing this family apart," yelled Madara furiously, but was further shocked when Tajima didn't even glance at him. Instead, his father was intently looking at Naruto and the boy was staring right back. Even Naori didn't know what was going on, but she had a feeling there was something to this which only Tajima and Naruto knew anything about. "For the sake of my mother, I give you 5 minutes. Come clean, or I promise to rip this clan apart, for I will not stand against these injustices anymore," warned Naruto, yet Tajima smiled nostalgically at him. "You've grown into a man." Naruto fought back the wave of joy that wanted to overwhelm his heart on seeing and hearing his father praise him. Despite all their bitterness, all his life he had craved for this. To be acknowledged just like his brothers had, to be looked at the same way as Tajima did with Madara. "You did all I asked of you. You defended this clan and our allies against our enemies. You got me the alliance of 2 great and ancient noble clans. You turned a bitter defeat into an impossible victory. That is more than I could ever ask from you," explained Tajima honestly. "But you just accused me of losing Dawn," replied Naruto frostily. What he heard next would be something he would never forget for the rest of his life. "Fuck the sword." The boys stared at him as if he had lost all senses, and Tajima couldn't blame them. His actions, and most of all his silence all these years, had sent quite the opposite message than the one he was saying now. Even Naori could not understand what he had been up to the past 10 years. "You're angry with me," stated Tajima, and his youngest son never flinched at that statement. "I am, with reason," admitted Tajima. He didn't even bat an eye when Naruto growled before grabbing his shoulders and brutally slammed him against the wall. Madara and Naori moved to intervene, but Tajima stopped them by shaking his head. Instead, he stared in those Sharingan eyes and could feel the sea of anger in the boy's heart. "Why?" That one word was laced with so much pain that it threatened to choke Tajima's breath, but he steeled himself knowing this day was long coming. "To protect you," he confessed. Naruto didn't hesitate as he forced his Sharingan to pierce through his father's mind. He was not gentle and ripped through the initial memories in search of what he was looking for. The days after he left the Uchiha and his father behind to serve his punishment. And what he saw made his heart stop. He saw memories of his father staving off the elders' demand for executing Naruto every month. He saw Tajima putting down 3 minor rebellions in the clan before they even acted. He saw Tajima's trusted aide choke on his own blood and die before the clan head as he tasted the food before Tajima did. He saw Tajima watching from the shadows as the elders and lesser noble families plotted against him and his entire family. It was no secret there were many powerful families who wanted to depose Naruto's own family from leadership. That movement had certainly increased tenfold after he earned the name Kinslayer. And they were getting bolder and bolder. He saw his father repeatedly checking the messengers and summoning creatures when they delivered his messages from Naori and Naruto. Despite all the victories, Tajima never showed any appreciation in public or risked aggravating the rebels further, but he also saw the old man smiling and gingerly caressing those letters. He saw the meeting when the elders finally called the motion to demand a trial for Naruto losing Dawn, and while Tajima had no way to oppose, Naruto felt the mad fury that overtook his father's heart. Yet he remained silent, but the hatred in his heart was insatiable now. He finally moved out of his father's mind and saw the man staring at him with sadness and guilt present in his eyes. "Why didn't you tell me?" whispered Naruto. "It's a father's responsibility to protect his children. Not the other way around," admonished Tajima, but not unkindly. "What are you two talking about?" asked Madara irritatedly. Naori came forward and laid a hand on her brother's shoulders, staring at him pleading eyes. "What have you kept hidden from me, brother?" Naruto clenched his fists as he tried to accept what he just saw. Those vultures had been circling his family all this time. At first they tried to take them down from the shadows, and when that didn't work they were now coming out in open rebellion. And his father had battled against them all, surviving rebellions, assassination, plotting and whatnot. What hurt more was the man had to do it all alone while his family remained oblivious. But then again, Tajima was never one to show weakness to anyone, even to his own family. Staring at his brother and aunt, Naruto knew he had to tell them what he saw. And he did just that. When he finished, the madness that came in Madara's eyes and the anger in Naori's eyes scared him. They wanted blood. "Those bastards. I'll kill them all," roared Madara, turning around to march down and kill every last one of them. "Then there will be 2 kinslayers instead of 1. Brother," warned Naruto. "You want us to do nothing?" asked Naori angrily, but still looked more in control than Madara, who was on the verge of slaughtering an entire village. Naruto silently walked towards the lone window in the room and stared at the Yamanaka settlement. Thinking about what his father had faced all these years made him shudder. Never in his wildest dreams had he imagined things were so bad at home. To think, there was an open rebellion going on in the shadows in his clan for almost a decade. He glanced at his father and could not help but wonder how he handled this calamity all this time on his own. No one knew the truth, not their enemies, allies or even their own family, until the elders decided to come out in the open. "This is not about Dawn. It's about me. About us," whispered Naruto. "They want to bring us all down," realized Naori. "If I had showed you my affection and pride in any form, then we would be having a full-blown civil war which would leave us broken. Then the Senjus would just have to pick up the pieces and finish us off. I didn't remain in contact because I was being watched. I tried everything to solve this mess, but they want us gone," confessed Tajima. Madara slammed his hands against the table, splitting it open. "1,000 generations have defended this family. It has never fallen before, nor will I allow it to fall now," promised Madara. "Neither will I," promised Naruto. "They expect one of you to die in battle. Whoever survives will resent Tajima, and they want to use that hate to overthrow your father. When he and I both are in our graves, they would turn again and see our last family member dead as well. Then they'll have the entire clan in their grasp," said Naori bitterly. "That will not happen." Naruto couldn't help but admire the strength of his father. Even after all these years he was still so strong and formidable. It took him this long to realize, but Tajima had always been the rock of their family. He was not kind, caring or gentle. But he was strong, determined, ruthless and cunning. It were these traits that had kept them all alive till now. "You could have refuted this trial, but you didn't. Majority of our allies are here. You want us brothers to show them our power and gather support. And then the elders," said Naruto, realizing his father's true intentions. "And then we will kill them all," promised Tajima coldly. Naruto was left speechless. He had always imagined himself to be a little cunning, but his father was better than him. Neither Madara or Naruto himself had the patience or foresight to orchestrate a plan that took a decade while battling all those challenges that Tajima faced silently without complaining to anyone. It made him feel insignificant and small, for while he was hurt over his father's ignorance of him, the man was busy trying to save their family from enemies that threatened to destroy it. They have showed their defiance openly now. If Naruto wins, then he'll be the next clan head. Same goes for Madara. If he wins, you both are feared and respected by our allies. When they see you in action along with the entire clan, there won't be much resistance left when we move against the elders," suggested Naruto. "I don't want the title." Spoke both Naruto and Madara at the same time. Tajima and Naori glanced at each other knowingly before looking at the two determined boys again. "What are our words?" asked Tajima seriously, and was proud of the cold smiles that arrived on the faces of his sons. Fire and Blood. Chapter 14. The Capital. The atmosphere inside the room was quite somber as Tajima sat surrounded by his allies and his family. The matter of discussion was the fate of the 3 elders who were currently rotting in the dark cells. Many of the clan heads wanted the elders to be tortured to death for their treason against Tajima's family. Others wanted to make an example out of them. Tobi Shimura had actually recommended flaying the elders alive and then hanging their burned skin in the Uchiha settlement as an example of what happened when one crosses their liege lord. Even cold-hearted Tajima had been repulsed by that option but made sure to decline that punishment suggested by the Shimura with respect. A few soft-hearted clan heads wanted the elders imprisoned for life. There was still no consensus achieved and the lords and ladies were still bickering with each other over which option was best. Only one person had remained silent and Tajima glanced at him. Naruto's face was set in stone as he remained standing in a corner listening to suggested punishment for those who wronged him. He had not said a word till now but was forced to step in the center when his father beckoned him. Instantly, the bickering clan heads stopped their arguments. Maybe we should let him decide the punishment. It was his honor those people tried to harm, suggested Tajima. An excellent suggestion, Lord Tajima. It is befitting, agreed Tobi Shimura readily. What do you have in mind, Lord Naruto? Asked Rei Namikaze curiously. Naruto flinched at that title addressed to his name. All his life he had been called nothing but a kinslayer and now with a single battle he had achieved most of the things he had lost. The Uchiha were still warming up to the idea of accepting him back as one of their own, but they were not spitting at him either. He would call that progress. He looked at his family and saw all of them were willing to accept whatever decision he made. He had already listened to all the suggestions, some seemed reasonable, others were barbaric to him even if they were a norm during this era of bloody wars. He made his decision. I want them beheaded before last light today, declared Naruto calmly. Very well, acquiesced Tajima, earning consenting nods from all the clan heads and his family as well. The meeting was about to break up until Tajima saw Naruto was yet to stop staring at him. What is it? Asked Tajima straightforwardly. I'll do it myself. Shocked gasps escaped from most people's lips on that demand. Tajima narrowed his eyes, Madara frowned and Naori looked worried. There is no need for that, Naruto. Whenever we have to execute one of our own kin for his crimes, we have executioners from outside our family who do the job. By doing so, the one who does the killing cannot be branded a. Explained Tajima, careful enough not to say the dreaded word knowing how much it affected his son. I am already one, father. It won't make a difference. Rebuffed Naruto seriously. Naruto. The clan heads and Naori flinched when they saw the cold fury that arrived in Naruto's eyes as he glared at Tajima. If I'm putting someone to death, then it is my responsibility to look them in the eye and do the deed myself. I passed the sentence. Now I'll swing the sword. Tajima blinked at those words before a proud smile twitched across his lips. He looked at Madara who gave a reluctant nod, the gesture repeated by Naori. The Uchiha clan head saw his allies were very impressed with Naruto's decision. Even if a kinslayer was reviled by most clans today, Naruto had already done the deed many years ago, so it wouldn't make a difference if he killed proven traitors. Most of all, he proved himself a man and not a boy by deciding to carry out the sentence himself. If Tajima remembered correctly, it was the old way that his son followed. It started during Indra Uchiha's days when the clan head would kill traitors, deserters or criminals himself after passing the sentence even if they were Uchiha. Back then, nobody dared question Indra even if he killed his own kin. Looking at Naruto, Tajima could not help but feel that Indra was reborn again in this boy. Very well, Naruto. You are allowed to carry out the sentence, declared Tajima, earning a grateful nod from his son. Father. Tajima paused just as he was about to break the meeting. What is it? Asked Tajima curiously, and didn't miss Naruto chewing his inside lip, which was a clear sign of nervousness and hesitation. It is a bad idea to march our entire force towards the daimyo's capital. It could send a wrong message or there could already be a trap set for us, pointed Naruto. We were invited by the daimyo himself, Naruto. The law is clear in this matter, we are under the daimyo's protection under his roof. Not even the Senjus can break the peace there, clarified Tajima, but Naruto shook his head. Don't trust those tree huggers, father, insisted Naruto, earning amused chuckles from their bannerman on that nickname given to the Senjus. Tajima was still not convinced until Madara stepped forward as well. He's right, father. We cannot trust the Senjus or the daimyo no matter what the laws say. Therefore I propose that I and Naruto go to the capital with a small force and initiate these negotiations. We'll check for any dangers while you wait with our army near the river. If there is a threat, we'll give you the signal so that you can either attack or retreat," explained Madara. "I agree to this plan. But father, if it's a trap you cannot send both of your sons into danger. Let Madara stay with you." "I'll go," suggested Naruto. Madara slammed his hand harshly against the table before him, making many people flinch. "You think I'll send my youngest brother to that trap all alone?" demanded Madara furiously. "I can take care of myself," challenged Naruto, and was quite irked that his brother thought him weak if something turned against him. Before the brothers could argue further, Tobi Shimura and Rei Namikaze got up from their chairs, silencing Madara. "Lord Naruto is right. You cannot send both of your sons into the capital, because if it's a trap and both of them get captured or killed, then the Senjus will have more leverage over us. Since Madara is your heir, we suggest to make him the leader of our forces that would wait near the river with you, Lord Tajima. The moment we see trouble, he can bring fire and blood to our enemies," proposed Rei Namikaze seriously. "Don't worry about your brother, Lord Madara. I as well as Lady Namikaze shall take 500 of our best fighters with him to the capital, and the Kinsguard will also join us. The Senjus or the daimyo would have to go through our corpses first before they can even lay a finger on your brother," promised Tobi Shimura honestly. Naruto was left speechless. These two were the leaders of their clans and they were accompanying him willingly to the capital, knowing there was a very good chance of being captured and killed. All these years, he had only Kurama and the Kinsguard willing to follow him into danger, but this was the first instance when two clan heads and their supporters were willing to risk their lives for him, even going so far as to lay down their lives for his own. He looked at his father and saw the man then gaze at the two clan heads pointedly. The message from Tajima was clear for Naruto to understand. You find your true friends on the battlefield. It was one thing to pledge loyalty, but to actually go through with it no matter what could say a lot about a person's character. Naruto glanced at the Namikaze and Shimura clan heads. They were one of the first to pledge him their full support, and now when the time came they came through with their promise, while the other clan heads had been hesitant in making the same offer. It didn't mean they were not loyal, but Naruto could see whom the Uchiha could rely upon without any doubt in any situation. Even Madara seemed pacified by that loyalty and backed down, much to Naruto's relief. "Then it's decided. Naruto, you will go to the capital as my envoy. I give you authority to speak for our faction. However, I will keep Tobirama hostage with me and Madara to prevent any accidents from occurring inside the capital," said Tajima with a smirk. He was pleased when both his sons grinned back at him. "It's a good choice, father. I know Hashirama. As long as we have his brother, he will not allow anyone, including the daimyo, to even raise a finger against Naruto," assured Madara. "I'll make sure to give them a taste of Uchiha diplomacy," proposed Naori. At first Tajima hesitated, but eventually he had to cave in when his sister looked at him pointedly. It was no truth, Naori was a master at her game, which was negotiations and diplomacy. No matter how cunning or skilled Naruto was, the boy was not fully ready to deal with the royal court itself. Not to mention Hashirama Senju. But Naori had years of experience and could give Naruto sound advice during the negotiations. Plus, Tajima doubted she was willing to let Naruto go into the lion's den on his own while the rest of his family remained safe. It was no secret to Tajima that his sister loved Naruto like her own son. And while she was not a woman of many words just like him, he could clearly see the undying love she had for Naruto in her eyes. Naruto tried to protest against risking his aunt's life, but was forced to shut up when Tajima and Naori gave him a pointed stare. Soon after, the meeting broke up and Naruto had to stay behind to receive a lengthy lecture from his aunt for trying to make decisions for her by himself. Madara and Tajima had made sure to enjoy every moment of that conversation. Heavy rains fell from the skies, drenching the lands clean off all the blood and gore that had contaminated it because of the conflicts during the past few weeks. Yet before these lands could get a fresh start, some more blood was about to be spilled. Tajima, Madara and Naori, along with all the other clan heads, watched as the prisoners were brought forward in the center of the open field where 3 wooden stumps were ready for them. When the prisoners were ready, they all stared at Naruto, who closed his eyes before taking a deep breath. When that was done, the boy opened his eyes again, and this time they were as hard as steel, which allowed him to walk forward as the rains drenched him from head to toe. Tajima could not help but be proud of his son, for he knew Naruto was not doing this for vengeance. His son was not that kind of man. The only person Tajima knew his son truly hated was currently rotting in a cell, and sooner or later Naruto would take his life as well. What made Tajima proud of his boy was the fact that he grew up to be exactly the kind of leader their clan needed. Someone who could support Madara in making the hard but the right choices. Tajima glanced at his sister and they both smiled because they now knew their legacy was safe in the form of these two boys. But for the moment, their gazes drifted towards Naruto as he reached the prisoners, and everyone heard the conversation that followed. It was Ayato Uchiha who glared at Naruto harshly. The crippled man's lone eye burned with hatred but never regret. The blood of Indra flows through my veins just as much as yours, boy. I fought Kento Senju for your grandfather. I fought Batsuma Senju for your father, and I fought Hashirama Senju for your brother, said Ayato proudly. We are kin by blood. Uchiha and Uchiha, stated Atami sternly. Naruto's ice-cold eyes glared down at the two old men and one woman who stared back at him with fierce defiance in their eyes. Until the end, they were proud Uchiha. If only they knew why he became a kinslayer, then maybe none of this would have happened. But that secret was not to be revealed, for it would destroy the Uchiha before the Senjus ever could. You betrayed me. It's time to face the consequences of your actions, said Naruto stoically, earning a scoff from Hotaru. You talk of justice? You? The man who killed his own blood and the person who is about to do so again, sneered Hotaru spitefully. Kneel? Naruto's stern command earned him one final glare from the three elders, but they did kneel and placed their heads ahead of the wooden stump. Wordlessly, Naruto created two more shadow clones who took up positions with their swords beside Atami and Ayato, while Naruto himself took up position beside Hotaru. Ayato Uchiha, Atami Uchiha, Hotaru Uchiha. Today before the gods and men I sentence you to death for treason against your own clan and your liege lord's family. Any last words? Stated Naruto calmly. The three looked at him, and the hatred he saw in their eyes was not something he would ever forget. Nor would he forget the words they said to him, for they would haunt him. My ancestors are smiling at me for trying to do my duty by saving my clan from a monster. Can you say the same? Demanded Atami Uchiha. No man is ever hated as much as a kinslayer in this world. I die today knowing that one day you will pay in blood for all the blood you have shed, cursed Ayato Uchiha. Naruto remained stoic in the face of those words as his eyes moved towards the last elder. He didn't say it, but every moment of this act was like a stab to his heart. He didn't want to do this, didn't want to shed any more blood of his own people. But there was no choice. These three had rebelled in the open and an example had to be made. There would be some outrage over the execution of the last three elders, for they were quite respected among the clan. He had decided to execute them himself, saving his father, brother or aunt from giving that order. He even recommended this punishment so that every Uchiha knew that it was his decision all along. But what he was about to do was just the same thing as the one he did on that night when he killed his clansmen. Back then he had a reason, just as he did now, but it hurt him just as much as it did back then. Hotaru Uchiha's last words were the final dagger to his heart. Kill me and be cursed, kinslayer. You're no kin of mine. The swords came down without hesitation, severing heads from shoulders, unleashing a torrent of released blood staining the once green grass as the twitching bodies collapsed against the wooden stump, while the accusing and hateful eyes still glared at him from the severed heads lying on the ground. He dismissed his clones and threw away his blood-stained sword. He marched back towards the Yamanaka settlement just as furiously as the rains fell from the skies. His eyes were angrier than ever and his heart threatened to explode from the inside. But he didn't cry or scream, he didn't acknowledge the respectful and proud nods of the other clan heads. They were all impressed that Naruto actually had the balls to carry out the sentence himself, not knowing the real reason why he did it in the first place. Despite their crimes and their hatred of him, those elders were Uchiha. They were family, and he killed them, just as he killed all those Uchiha mercilessly that night. He had sworn never to do such a terrifying thing again in his life, and yet today he just had to do it again. The elders were right. He was cursed. Naruto sat alone in the shady bar, shrouded in darkness. His hand idly twisted the cup of sake while his eyes absently stared at the liquid inside the cup, which continued showing him the moment when those three heads were separated from their necks, all the while those haunting words said by those people echoed across his heart. His hands were still trembling just as they had on that night all those years ago. Back then he had done his duty, just as he did today. But it hurt. It hurt a lot to kill people he was sworn to protect, to take the lives of those who were his family no matter the reason. For it put into question all his years of loyalty. What was the point of it all if he just had to continue killing his own people? You're no kin of mine. He finished his drink in one single swoop and felt the heat it passed across his body. Those people, they had hated him, conspired to kill him and depose his family. He wondered if they would do the same if they knew why Naruto killed all those Uchiha years ago. Would they understand? Would they find it in their heart to forgive him? Or would they still hate? Leadership is never easy. He hazily looked up and saw his father and Naori standing before him. When he didn't say anything, Tajima took up a seat across from him while Naori came forward and sat beside him. Without warning, Naori snaked her arm around his shoulders, bringing him closer as Tajima ordered another round of drinks for the three of them. One of the few times the Uchiha clan had actually indulged in drinking. Neither Naori or Naruto missed it, but they did not stop Tajima either. "How do the two of you do it?" asked Naruto silently, and saw both brother and sister glance at each other. "We were 7 brothers and sisters once," admitted Tajima, his gaze lost in some long-forgotten memory and his voice laced with sadness. Naori looked even worse as he felt her clutch him even more fiercely. What happened to them? Naruto's question was not answered by Tajima but by the man's sister. "They all were murdered. You know why your father and I hate the Senjus so much? Why our people hate them?" asked Naori. "Why?" whispered Naruto. "Your grandfather was tired of this never-ending war. He proposed a truce against the wishes of his clansmen and allies. He wanted to do it so that his children could live a life free of war and death. Your grandmother wanted the same," admitted Naori sadly. "I wish I could have met them," said Naruto honestly, making Tajima weakly smirk. "They would have liked you." A silence fell over them as their drinks arrived and they all busied themselves with drinking the sake. When that was done, Tajima's eyes turned cold and his fists clenched while Naori looked heartbroken. "When our father reached the peace talks, all his children and allies accompanied him, and then," said Tajima bitterly, "and then the Senjus killed them all." Naruto's heart skipped a beat as he heard what happened. Nobody had ever told him the history of his family, nor had he cared enough to investigate. He had always assumed his father and aunt hated the Senjus, but he never understood why they hated them so fiercely to see them all dead. "I watched 4 of my brothers die before my eyes. The youngest were killed before they even realized what was happening. The elder ones died trying to protect my father. Everywhere there was chaos for the Senjus and their allies had set up a perfect trap. We were foolish enough to have gone there on good faith. I somehow managed to drag Naori away from the chaos, but my youngest sister Rei was captured. They raped and murdered her while the few of us that were left, including our wounded father, were dragged away by one of the Shimura fighters," revealed Tajima. "Your grandmother couldn't bear the loss of 5 of her children. She died weeks later. Your grandfather became a defeated man who lost hope. We thought all was lost, but Tajima never gave up. I wanted vengeance, but he advocated patience, so we regained our strength. It took years, and when we were ready we slaughtered Kento Senju's entire family except for his last son Batsuma, who became the new Senju clan head. We avenged our family, but it will not be complete until we see the Senjus pay for all they have done to our family," said Naori fiercely. For the first time Naruto saw a new side to his father and aunt. All these years he had thought them to be undefeatable and the rock that held their family and clan together. He had lost 3 brothers in one battle, and it pained him till this day when he compared that to the loss these 2 had endured. "I heard what Hotaru said to you," said Tajima seriously. "No matter what I do, I don't know if I can be one of them again," confessed Naruto, which made Naori touch his cheek and look him in the eye. "You are Naruto of the Uchiha clan. The blood of the dragon. Nobody can take that away from you." Naruto couldn't help but smile, which made them smile as well. "Your life has not been easy, Naruto. But someday we might not be here, it will be just you and your brother. We survived because Naori and I stayed united no matter our differences. You and Madara must look after the Uchiha, and that includes doing things you may hate. Madara will do his job when the time comes. Despite his shortcomings, he loves our clan and this family. You must help him in that," advised Tajima. "I will," promised Naruto without hesitation. Life is never certain, Naruto. Should something happen to your brother, cautioned Naori, I won't let that happen. Tajima and Naori smiled on seeing the fire that came alive in Naruto's eyes, and they knew right there anyone would have to walk over Naruto's corpse first before they even got to Madara. And yet, we believe you. But if something does happen to Madara, then I want you to promise us something, said Naori seriously. Naruto merely nodded and saw Tajima glance at him with all his seriousness. If that happens, then you will be the leader of the Uchiha. I know what many think of you, but there are several others who would follow you all the way to hell itself. If one branch falls, even then the tree must stand strong. You understand? Asked Tajima, his intense dark eyes boring into Naruto's soul. He was pleased when his son didn't flinch and replied without any hesitation. I promise. Naruto saw they were satisfied with his answer because they knew that he kept his promises. He saw Naori looking at Tajima with a silent question in her eyes. No words were needed between them, just like no words were ever needed between Naruto and Madara to understand each other. The bond between siblings was quite unique and strong, no matter the generation. Tajima finally nodded, which made Naori smile widely as she turned back towards Naruto. What is it? He asked curiously. Would you like to see your mother? Naruto's heart stopped. All his life he had wanted to get a glimpse of his mother, and the only way to do that was through memories. He couldn't recall his own since Hikari died soon after birthing him, but his brothers and family remembered her. His father never talked about her, some even said when she died so did what was left of the light in Tajima's heart. After she was taken, Tajima never smiled openly. His brothers also didn't have much memories of their mother, except for Madara, and Naruto knew his brother didn't like anyone to look into his mind in any manner. Even Naori never talked about her much. But now, Naori gave a nod as he activated his Sharingan and looked into her eyes. He felt himself enter her mind, and she had already been prepared for the first thing he saw was a sight that brought immense joy and pain to his heart. There, sitting on a bed, was the disheveled form of his mother. She had long brown hair just like him, even their skin tone was the same, so were their eyes. She was breathing harshly, but there was a smile on her lips and such tenderness in her eyes as she held the infant in her arms. Her remaining 4 boys had surrounded her bed, looking curiously at the bundle in their mother's eyes. Tajima was standing in a corner and Naori held him fiercely as silent tears slipped from his eyes. Naruto himself stood in a corner looking at his entire family together for the first time before his eyes. His brothers, all of them were so young and innocent. Izuna. He tried to reach out and touch his brother, but his hands passed through the young Uchiha. This is your last brother, my sons, whispered Hikari gently with a smile. Naruto stopped breathing as he saw Hikari try to pass the bundle to Madara, who was still too shocked to move. Instead, it was Izuna who came forward and cradled the infant in his small arms. Mother, he is smiling, said Izuna in awe, which made the dying woman lightly chuckle. He likes you. You will protect him, won't you, Izuna? Asked Hikari lovingly, and saw the young boy nod fiercely. With my life, mother, promised Izuna. So will I, promised Madara after a pause. Me too, chorused Anabi and Yashara in unison. The twins looked young and confused, but they faithfully did what their older brothers were doing. Hikari laughed and brought all 5 of her boys in a fierce embrace, her last embrace. Her words echoing in the air. Naruto. His name is Naruto. Tajima watched as the trance broke and saw his sister staring at Naruto. He expected the boy to cry and he wouldn't blame him, but Tajima was surprised to see Naruto laugh. There was no sadness or misery in that laugh, but joy and gratefulness. Naori looked at her brother and saw him nod. When they came here, the boy had been a mess. He had looked lost, but now he knew what he was fighting for. He knew his family had his back from the moment he first came into this world. And that fact would not change no matter what happened. Thank you, whispered Naruto gratefully, looking at his father and aunt who smiled back at him. Now go and get some rest. We leave for the capital tomorrow. Tajima will finish some things here before joining us. You know the plan, correct? Questioned Naori. I know, good. Sensing the conversation had ended, Naruto got up feeling quite relieved and nodded respectfully at his father and aunt. Naruto. He was just about to walk away when Tajima's voice stopped him. Looking at his father, Naruto saw the man was still smiling. If you ever want to talk about your mother, you know where I am. Naruto was stunned yet again. Tajima never talked about his dead wife with anyone, even now it had been Naori who gave him that priceless memory. And yet Tajima, he could only imagine what his father was putting aside to talk about someone he loved more than anything, one whose loss hurt him even today. Naruto himself never liked to talk about Izuna or his dead twin brothers to anyone, so he knew what Tajima was offering him was not something trivial. "I'll hold you to that, father," said Naruto with a grin. "Get out of here," said Tajima irritatedly, although the smirk hanging at the corner of his lips betrayed his real emotions. Naruto laughed before walking away. Makoto irritatedly opened the door of her temporary home with a nasty frown on her face only because the visitor had not stopped banging the door for a single second. Although, her frown was soon replaced by concern when she saw Naruto standing there in the rain, drenched from head to toe and shivering badly. Wordlessly, she grabbed him and dragged his ass inside. Before he could protest, she threw a spare towel at him which he took with his usual cocky grin while she went inside the kitchen and started brewing some hot coffee. When she returned back to the living area, she saw he had made himself comfortable on her couch, but thankfully he had dried himself first. She offered him the hot coffee which he took with a grateful nod as she seated herself in front of him. Her sharp eyes hadn't missed how furious he had been when he executed the elders. It had been the right thing to do, but it was painful nonetheless. She admired his resolve for seeing that difficult affair through till the end. He was still staring at the coffee, occasionally blowing a cold breath over the hot liquid before taking a few sips. Still, she saw a storm raging inside his eyes which could only mean he was thinking quite hard. After spending nearly a decade with him, she knew most of his traits clearly by now. Although her patience was running thin tonight. "Naruto," she prompted, finally making him stare at her. "You remember you once said that you wanted something more for us," he said hesitantly, and watched her freeze. Those dark eyes of her narrowing down at him dangerously with hope but caution burning in them. "I did," she admitted, trying to control her own heart that was beating faster and faster with every passing second. "And I had said that I cannot risk doing that because it will put you in danger," he pointed carefully, "and I told you that I can take care of myself. Besides, we're ninjas, our life is never certain," she pointed, earning a complacent nod from him. "I know that," he replied hesitantly. "What do you want, Naruto? Speak clearly," she demanded, unable to handle the anticipation. When she frustratedly got up from her own seat on the couch, he followed after her into the kitchen and blocked her way. They were both inches away from each other, so much that she could feel his breath which was smelled of coffee, rainwater and mild trace of sake. "You." Her eyes widened at that confession, and looking into his eyes she saw he truly wanted this. Still, she wanted to be certain even if her heart was just about to explode from joy. "What changed?" she asked, even as she inched even more closer to him. She saw the flash of sadness in his eyes which was soon replaced by determination. She wanted to know why that emotion passed through his eyes but decided it was better to let him speak or risk him running away again. He had already done it for many years. "I saw something that made me realize I don't want to die alone. I want to have a family, be with someone who does not judge me. I really like you, Makoto. You're funny, caring and never back down before me. You see me for the person I am and not as a kinslayer," he whispered, and she whispered back, her lips now brushing against the tip of his own. "I won't lie to you. I truly want this, I want us," he requested, and saw her stare in his eyes. "Then answer my questions," she demanded, earning a nod from him. "Do you love me?" she asked straightforwardly, but he didn't look away as she had expected. "Not right now, but I will in time," he confessed honestly. If it was any other woman they would have backed away, but Makoto preferred the hard but honest truth instead of a convenient lie. So, she accepted his truth by laying her head against his own. "Have you ever been with someone before?" she questioned, and saw him flinch. "Answer me." He knew his own reaction had given him away. He had expected her to feel jealous, but strangely there was an entire different look in her eyes that made something burn inside his chest. "I have slept with only one woman before. And I am not going to offer any explanation on this," said Naruto seriously. "Fine." The next moment she slammed him against the nearest wall as her lips simply consumed his own. Naruto gasped in surprise as his hands grasped her wonderful hips, eliciting a moan out of her. In return, Makoto's own hands reached towards his pants. Naruto broke the kiss, but it couldn't stop the blush from arriving on his lips. It was made even more worse when Makoto smirked at him. I'm cold, he defended, which only made her grin devilishly at him. Oh, we can take care of that. Naruto's blush deepened to the highest level as she took off his pants and bent down. 3 weeks later, Hashirama Senju stood alongside his family and his allies near the gates of the fire capital. Personally, he and everyone else would have preferred not being here, but it was a courtesy that was demanded by the daimyo himself. Since the old and stern man had extended the same gesture to Hashirama's side when they arrived here, and since they were also under the same man's hospitality, they were obligated to facilitate his wishes. He faintly smiled on seeing Tsunade restlessly tapping her foot with a nasty scowl present on her beautiful face. In the rays of the morning sun which had finally arrived after weeks of rain, his sister was glowing with all her beauty and grace. But it was also true, the Uchihas had taken their sweet time in getting here. It had been more than a month since the fire daimyo issued the summons to the dragons, and since the order failed to mention when they were expected at the earliest, it had allowed the Uchihas to exploit the opportunity to the fullest. Every passing day had already rattled Tsunade and Kawarama's nerves. Hashirama himself was not happy, but unlike his siblings he had expected the Uchiha to pull off a stunt like this. Certainly from the notorious young dragon. News of Naruto's trial had reached the capital. It was also widely known now that the boy crushed the coup against him by the elders of his clan and went ahead to execute them by his own hands. Beheading. Hashirama was still disgusted by that ancient custom followed by the Uchihas even today. They were the followers of the old gods and everything that hailed from that lost era. Even in these modern times. In that regard, only the Kagayas and Hagoromos were the ones who were the same as the Uchihas in this matter and many others. The Senjus also executed their enemies but through hanging. Most of the other clans did the same as well, but the Uchihas had in a span of a few months demonstrated that they were capable of beheading their enemies, flaying them alive, and in rare case wipe out an entire clan to the last member. All of those 3 barbaric acts performed by a young boy Hashirama was about to meet in a few minutes. Hashirama still didn't know what to think of Naruto Uchiha, the young dragon. The past few weeks he had made sure to listen to every information he could gain on the boy since he was the one who held Tobarama's fate in his hands. What he discovered had not placed a rosy picture before Hashirama. Naruto was every bit Tajima's son, not just in blood but in deeds as well. Mercy was not his strong suit, but ruthlessness was. Fire and blood. Those were the Uchiha clan's words and Naruto was the perfect embodiment of them to the last letter. If it was Madara who Hashirama had to talk to, then the Senju head had a faint hope that his friend would at least listen to him if not outright reject returning Tobarama. But Naruto. He was brought out of his musings when he sensed it. The others were a little late but soon enough they too heard the sounds. Their small welcoming party was currently standing exactly on the tower above the large gates which allowed them to see the Uchihas when they first arrived. The first to break out of the dense forest was a young boy in dazzling golden armor riding atop a giant fox. Behind him came hundreds of more fighters riding atop the horses the daimyo had provided for their fast travel since the lord couldn't wait anymore. Hashirama didn't miss the Uchiha, Shimura and Namikaze banners being carried proudly by many of the riders. But Hashirama and everyone else's attention was mostly fixed on the young boy in golden armor and the other 5 Uchiha dressed in bronze armor that were riding beside him. All of them were heavily armed and looked ready to respond on the first sign of any treachery. Despite his past deeds, Hashirama could not help but accept that Naruto was a striking man. Apart from his past exploits, the Uchiha was a handsome man inheriting all of his mother's beauty and his father's tact. More than that, he had carried himself back into the good graces of his allies with the victories he achieved over the years. Hashirama could attest that fact by seeing the way all those Uchiha, Shimura and Namikaze fighters were riding faithfully by his side. On the first sign of trouble, it would be they who would step into fire first before they allowed any harm to fall on their liege lord's son. The Senju clan head saw the daimyo and his royal family looked quite impressed from what they had seen so far, which did not bode well for the Senjus. But he cast those dark thoughts aside and looked at his siblings to gauge their reactions. Kawarama flinched and started biting his lips in a clear display of nervousness. The boy had not forgotten the recent battle where he was almost killed by Naruto. Tsunade on the other hand was somewhere between maintaining her scowling expression and hiding her curiosity. No matter how much she tried to conceal her emotions, Hashirama could actually feel her conflict but chose not to call her out on that or risk letting her explode in anger and denial in front of all these people. If he knew her right, then Tsunade, despite her curiosity, was thinking about 1,000 different ways to kill all their enemies. As the Uchiha force drew nearer, the daimyo beckoned his own group to step down towards the gates. Everyone obediently followed the man's order without question despite any of their personal feelings. Thankfully, it was not long before Naruto rode inside the royal castle atop his giant fox, surprising everyone as they truly saw the massive beast in all its glory. Two of the royal guards backed away when the beast snarled at them, earning a chuckle from Naruto, who patted the beast, which actually made it stop intimidating the guards. So the tales were true. He really does ride atop a giant fox. Despite the situation, Hashirama couldn't help but smirk on imagining a dragon riding atop a fox. It was a hilarious sight, one which would certainly make any Uchiha furious, which Hashirama was forced to avoid lest he endanger his brother's life any more than it already was. Still, he waited as Naruto got off his horse and his kinsguard dismounted from their own horses. Their party was joined by the Shimura and Namikaze clan heads. They all waited patiently as a strikingly beautiful female came from the rear ranks. She had all the Uchiha features: the high cheekbones, the extremely fair skin tone, long and straight dark purple hair, and eyes that had the power to charm anyone or intimidate them to death. So, this was the famous Naori, the infamous sister of Tajima Uchiha. Together the entire group formed a protective circle around Naruto and approached towards their host. The Uchihas were nothing if perfect in the way they knelt before the daimyo. It might have hurt their pride, but Naruto seemed intelligent enough to understand which man he must not provoke. Hashirama hoped the boy would feel the same when they met. But the moment their eyes met, all he saw were cold eyes full of hatred. And that concludes part 2 of this story. Thank you for spending your time here at Ichiraku Ramen and listening all the way to the end. Your support helps keep these stories alive and allows the shinobi world to continue through new adventures and alternate timelines. If you enjoyed Fire and Blood, don't forget to like the video, subscribe to the channel, and turn on notifications so you don't miss future stories. Once again, full credit goes to Black Wolf 501, the original writer of this story. If you would like to read the original version, you can find the link to the story in the description below. Let me know in the comments what story you would like to hear next. Until the next time, stay safe, and I'll see you again at Ichiraku Ramen.